friend, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Thank you very much. You may please be seated. Okay, can I get an usher? Are there ushers in the event? Can I get an usher in front, please? I need someone to move the mic around. We're about to take a brief recap of yesterday's session. Can I get an usher in front, please? Okay, so we just get the mic and so yesterday, once again, welcome to the second session of the third annual scientific conference of the College Research and Innovation Hub. We welcome you from all the places that you came from joining us this morning. We're glad that you're here. And we know that as you learned yesterday, you will learn even much more and you will be able to apply what was learned. I'm sure that we had an amazing time yesterday. I'm sure that we learned a thing or two about science, about research, about innovation, about digital innovation, about digital health. And now I just want to get your pulse. What was yesterday like for you? What did you learn? What are you taking away? What did you take away from yesterday? What are you going to be implementing? What are you going to be taking moving forward away from this conference? So you can just signify by raising your hand and a mic will be brought to you. So if you have something to say from yesterday's session, I think by now we already know how it rolls. If you do not signify, I'm going to send someone to you. So you could just signify if you want to share with us what you learned from yesterday, what you took away, what you jotted down in your notes, something that you think was, something that stood out, something that was a novel idea or something that you were reminded of. Okay. Thank God there are lights now so I can see your faces clearly when I want to point you out. Anybody? Any takers? Okay, so there's a young man wearing a black waistcoat. I really like waistcoats, so I'll start with him this morning. Talk to us about what your experience was like yesterday. What was the conference like generally for you, and then what did you learn from yesterday's session.
All right. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's good to be back here today. I'm
Mhm.
Bolaji Abdusamad, and thank you very much. I think yesterday was quite enlightening for me. I think the part that stood out for me the most was the panel session with Dr. Aditula. He really broke everything down about policy making and how research connects to it. And then I even saw a LinkedIn post about the event yesterday, breaking every part of it down from someone that attended. So it was really nice to be here yesterday. And of course, it's always nice to be here. Thank you.
Amazing. The person whose post you saw is the person here. Oh, he's on his way. He's here.
Yes, he's here.
He's here.
Yes.
So point him out. Call him out.
I can't. I,
What's the name?
oh, yeah. Toby, Mr. Toby.
Oh, Mr. Toby, thank you
Yes.
very much. You can just pass the mic to him. Thank you very much, Mr. Toby, for breaking everything down. So we want you to break it down for us this morning too. No, there are those classmates that always take notes in class. You can always bank on them during the exam period. So, because who knows, when we have an exam after today's session, we'll just give you papers, share a sheet of paper, and we'll give you questions from the conference. Okay, Mr. Toby, let's have you.
Okay, I only shared a summary of what was.
You stand for the sake of those who are joining us online so they can see you. Thank you.
All right, so I said I only shared a summary of the event. It was an enlightening experience. We started with goodwill messages from our provosts, the dean of the Faculty of Basic Medical Sciences, and also our grant patron. And we had various speakers speaking from digital health, how we can engage with digital health, even in developing communities like ours and as students and as young people, and also the fireside chat with Dr. Adetula, where he spoke about bridging the gap between research and policy, and how a good publication does not necessarily translate into policy implementation, and how as students we can start engaging in policy since we are usually closer to those who are largely impacted by these health policies, the patients. So how we can engage even at our level. And it was a nice experience and I was really blessed. Thank you to CRE and the organizers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Toby. Thank you so much. Anybody else wants to share? Okay, before we proceed, some of our esteemed guests and judges for the Innovation Tank are here, and I'd like to just quickly invite them up to the high table. You can just hold the mic. I'm still coming back to the recap after this. Okay, so please, with a round of applause, can we please make welcome Dr. Adeni Adeshola as he comes up? Can someone lead him up, please? We also have with us someone who will be taking the workshop session later today, Miss Rachel Ogundipe. A round of applause, please. Welcome, Ma. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. And would also be welcoming one of our teachers and a strong source of support and someone that we look up to in the person of Dr. Fumilayo Olokbade. Please, Ma. Welcome, Ma. Thank you so much, Ma. It's such an honor to have you with us. Thank you so much, Ma, for joining us this morning. Thank you so much. Such an honor to have us. I mean, from yesterday's session, one of the things that we've seen is that everybody who has been invited and has spoken here has really released so much. And we seriously, intentionally look forward to all that would be learned in today's sessions. Okay, so we're continuing with our recap. I want someone to share particularly from the grant writing session. Right? What did you learn from the grant writing session? It doesn't have to be something elaborate. Maybe something you saw on the slide that you probably didn't know before, or something that you knew before, but you didn't think it was a big deal, but then you saw it doing. Anybody? People have still not learned that I will still call you. There's someone there. She knows she's the one she's wearing a book. Should I call your name? Just today. Okay, so the young man you're standing beside, just give it to the young man in front of you. No, the young man in front of you. Yes, you can just give it to him.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Yeah, so one thing that I think stood out for me in the grant writing section is that she mentioned that most people submit the application at the later end, which is always to their disservice. So she enjoined us to prepare our application early and submit early. I think that stood out for me.
Okay, so do not wait to the last minute. People that are always waiting for last minute adrenaline. Okay, so I'll take one more person. And I want this person to speak on digital health governance, the session that Dr. Enol took. Anybody wants to speak on that? Somebody should volunteer now. Okay, is someone volunteering? Okay, so I see Daniel. Please, can you pass the mic to Daniel? He's wearing a blue shirt. Pass the mic to him. So what did you learn from the digital health governance session?
I'm sorry, I wasn't around during that session. Sorry.
Okay, so who was around? If you were around during the session, let me see you. If you were around during the session, let me see you. Someone here, someone in front who was around during the session. He waved his hand very quickly. He thought I wouldn't catch it. Doesn't know that my reflexes are sharper than his. Okay.
Good morning. So
Morning.
what I picked up from that session was that we as Africans are the ones who would change Africa for the better. I think the speaker made mention of the cutting of the US aid and how it paralyzed a lot of projects, and that revealed the dependent nature of most of the projects we run here. And unless we as Africans are very serious in changing our continent, then no one will do it for us, and we should stop depending on handouts from foreign nations.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much to everyone who participated. For the sake of those who were not here yesterday, I'm just going to do a brief rundown of what we did yesterday. So yesterday we had goodwill messages from the Provost of the College of Medicine and from the Dean of the Faculty of Basic Medical Sciences. We also had a thematic session that held online and was taken by Dr. Oluwadamilare Akimbade on research-driven digital innovation for a future-ready healthcare system. And he really went to town yesterday on how you can start out your path in digital innovation, a career path in digital innovation. Spoke about how that you can look around for opportunities, look for people who have gotten the opportunities in your field, right? So obviously, first of all, you have to decide what field it is you want to go into. And then you need to look for opportunities in that field because there are always opportunities specific to every field. And then, of course, he said one of the ways you can find those opportunities is to find people who have gotten those opportunities in those fields, follow their work, find out, when they applied, how they applied for those opportunities, and follow suit. He also mentioned looking for people who have gone ahead in your field, teachers, lecturers, professors who have gone ahead in your field, volunteering to work with them, giving your time and energy and learning in return. And of course, he mentioned the fact that research has to drive innovation. I believe he was one who mentioned that innovation is different from technology, right? Innovation is different from technology. And so it's not just about making new technological devices, it's about solving problems. So technology only becomes innovation when that technology solves problems. And then we had a Q&A session. We had a goodwill message from the grand patron, Professor Rufus Akinyemi. We had a workshop on writing a successful grant application. I really hope you paid attention during that session because one of the things that we know limits research, especially primary research in our clients, is funding, right? And one of the solutions to that, it's not a perfect solution, but one of the solutions to that is getting grants, right? And so that session was very important for young budding researchers. And that session was taken by Ms. Greta Holmes from the Royal Society of Tropical Medicine and Hygiene in the UK. And she spoke about the process for getting that grant and the pitfalls, the common pitfalls that researchers fall into. One of which was mentioned earlier, which is submitting late. She mentioned things like, make sure that everything you submit is complete. complete, make sure it is authentic, make sure you're not copying AI, and make sure you submit on time. And then we had the keynote presentation on digital health governance from Dr. Enoch George Stevens from the Digital Transformation for Health Lab in Geneva, Switzerland. And he particularly mentioned, he's a director of partnership for Africa, and he particularly mentioned how that everybody is interested in digital health, right? Everybody's interested in digital health, but he mentioned that beyond just health, digital health, we must also consider digital health governance. How is data managed? How do we address policy issues, right? How do we address digital health governance, essentially? And so that was a very enlightening session for those who are interested in digital health. Then we had a Q&A sessions from that. And then we went into the session on policy making, writing effective policies as a student researcher. That was a fireside chat session that was moderated by Mrs. Osisiogu Oyinyechi, and our speaker for that session was Dr. David Adetula, the founder and executive director, co-founder and executive director of Public Health Interest Group Africa. I think one of the things that stood out for me from that session was the fact that he was interested in public health. And of course, one of the things we learned yesterday is that one of the ways to advance in your career path is to seek out other people who are interested in that career path and associate with them. But he said he sought it out and found that there were no groups for people interested in public health. He found group for surgery, found group for psychiatry and all of that. And so what did he do? Instead of whining about it, he spoke with a friend and together they started the Public Health Interest Group for Africa while he was still a student. And I think that that's one thing that this entire conference is about. Beyond the learning, beyond all the information being given, it's about stepping out and taking action, right? It's about stepping out and taking action. The theme of the conference is advancing research and innovation amongst undergraduates for resilient healthcare systems in Africa. And so the idea is that you begin to innovate after the conference. And then he spoke about policy making, how that research is different from policy making. After you have made your findings from the research work, you must be able to translate it to policy. And it is at policy that we actually change things, right? Innovation happens at the policy phase, right? And so he spoke about understanding the problem, understanding the people who are affected by the problem, recognizing the people who can affect or who are affected by or who affect the policy, right? The people who are affected by the policy are the people who the problem affects, and the people who can affect the policy are the decision makers, the implementers, the executors, right? So he spoke about stakeholder engagement. He spoke about doing your research, entering into the community, getting first-hand information, making your recommendations in a way that are simple and effective. And I remember one of the things he mentioned is that in policy making, there are no permanent friends or enemies. And so you're going to have to be flexible with that. Then we had the finals of the interjournal club quiz. If your club won yesterday, can I hear you shout? The winners are not around. You are all winners. Lie, nothing like that. There is no such thing. Okay, we are all winners in life. But from the quiz yesterday, someone came first. So if your team, I think that was Public Health Group B, right? I think Public Health Group B won yesterday. So Public Health Group B, are you guys here? Public Health Group B, can I hear you make some noise? We'll take it away. Have you given them the money? The money hasn't been sent yet, right? We'll give it to those who came second. Who came second yesterday? Who came second yesterday? Surgery and anesthesia. Can I hear you make some noise? Hey, now we are talking. So maybe we'll switch positions. I think child and maternal health came third. No, who came third? Child and maternal health. Can I hear you make some noise? That's what we're talking about. Okay, so we had an amazing time with that, and with that we closed out yesterday's session. If yesterday was an amazing time for you, can I see you clap once? If you're excited to learn more today, can I see you clap twice? If you're going to take everything you learned from yesterday and today and apply them in the real world, can I see you clap 3 times? And so with that, I'd like to welcome you to the second day of the 3rd Annual Scientific Conference of the College Research and Innovation Hub, themed Advancing Research and Innovation amongst undergraduates for resilient healthcare systems in Africa. What an amazing time we're about to have. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We're going to move quickly to the first session for today, which is a thematic session. However, before we do that, we have two of our guests just joined us, and I'd like to invite them up to the high table. Can I have an usher to lead them forward? We have with us this morning Dr. Akintomiwa Makonjuola. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us this morning. Thank you so much, sir. It's such an honor to have you with us. It is such an honor to have you with us. And then we have with us Dr. Olubukola Omobowale. Thank you so much, ma. Thank you so much, ma, for joining us. Thank you so much, ma. And so now we will be moving quickly to the first thematic session for today, which is the second thematic session for the conference. The topic is Killing the Killer Squad, Reducing the Triple Burden of Disease. It's going to be a live session. We're going to be joined by the facilitator online. And taking the session is Professor Adesegun Fatusi from the Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife. I'll be reading his citation now. Professor Adesegun Fatusi is a Nigerian professor of community medicine and public health, recognized for his strategic role in adolescent and reproductive health, both nationally and internationally. He served previously as reproductive health advisor with the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, Nigerian office. He has also served as the provost of the College of Health Sciences of Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, Nigeria, the director of international research at the Guttmacher Institute, New York, and the vice chancellor of the University of Medical Sciences, Ondo in Ondo State. He chairs Nigeria's Maternal Adolescent Health Technical Working Group and serves on the Reproductive, Maternal, Newborn, and Child and Adolescent Health. Professor Fatusi graduated from OAU in 1987 with a Bachelor of Medicine, Bachelor of Surgeries degree with distinction in community health and the Lawrence Omole Award for the best graduating student in community health. He won the award for the best candidate in the Part 1 examination of the Faculty of Public Health in the National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria in 1992. He was also the best graduating student in the International Masters of Public Health program at the Hebrew University Hadassah, Israel in 1995 and earned summa cum laude honors. I expect us to be clapping by now. Okay, so he obtained the fellowship of the West African College of Physicians in Community Health in October 1995. He also has a PhD degree in public health from the University of Ibadan, Nigeria, and a Doctor of Medicine degree from the National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria. He was a past Population Leadership Fellow at the for Adolescent Health, where he is the first African to ever win the award. Ladies and gentlemen, online, virtually, physically, to speak on the topic, Killing the Killer Squad, Reducing the Triple Burden of Disease, let's make welcome with a rousing ovation, Professor Adesegun Fatusi. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. You have the floor, sir. Okay, while we wait for the Zoom to connect, apologies for that, we're having some network issues. The topic is killing the killer squad, right? I'm not mistaken. Okay, but we're talking about the triple burden of disease. Who has heard of the triple burden of disease in Africa? Has anybody heard of the triple burden of disease? I refuse to believe that there are people that nobody in this hall has heard of the triple burden of disease in Africa. I refuse to believe it. So who wants to help us out? Please, can you help me with the mic? Is anybody wearing red? Yes. Please help me give it to the young lady wearing the wine hijab. Yes. Please talk to us briefly about the triple burden of disease. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm not sure I've heard of the triple burden of disease. What I'm familiar with is the double burden of disease.
Okay.
Because we have a high number of infectious diseases in Africa, and at the same time, we're having a lot of non-communicable diseases. So I don't know what the third part of the triple is.
That's very interesting, meaning that you're going to be learning from this session then what the third member of the squad is. Okay, so she mentioned non-communicable diseases and communicable diseases. Who knows what the third member of the squad is? The squad that will be killing this morning. Who knows what the third squad is? There's someone there? Yes.
Injuries and trauma.
Injuries and trauma? Nah. Somebody else wants to try?
Poverty.
Okay, do we think she's correct? Who thinks she's correct? Who thinks she's correct? Does anybody think she's wrong? Okay, who thinks she's wrong? There's a young man wearing a blue shirt and a black tie. I'd like to hear from him. Okay, sir, we can hear you. I think he's... Professor, we can hear you, sir. Can you hear us?
Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Good morning, sir. We can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you, Prof.
All right, good morning. I have to go away in another few minutes. I'm speaking at another program at 12 o'clock. This program is supposed to be 10:15. So I will have to go away once it's 12:30. I hope that's fine with you. So when you are ready for me to start, please let me know and I'll be ready to start.
We're ready for you, sir. We're ready for you, sir. Thank you very much.
Will I start?
Yes, sir. You can start, sir. We're ready, sir.
Can I have the permission to mount my PowerPoint, please?
Yes, sir. You can. It's been given, sir. You have control over it now, sir.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, sir. We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can. We can hear you, sir. You can go ahead, sir.
Yes, hello, Prof, sir.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Yes, sir. Yes, I think they're having some slight challenge with the sound, audio in the hall. There's a disconnect. So I think they're trying to resolve that.
Prof, sir, if you can hear
Hello,
us.
can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you, sir. We're ready for you, sir, if you can hear us.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you send me something on the chat just so that I know what's happening?
We can hear you, sir. Good morning, sir. We can hear you.
All right, so I should start. Can you give me permission to move to get my internet up, my slide up? Can you see my slide, please? Can you see my slide? Can you see my slides?
Yes, sir, we can. We can see the slide, sir.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. Okay. And you can hear me. Let me start because I have to be here by 12 o'clock for another presentation. All right. So good morning, and thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this conference. Very special thanks, particularly to Bulu Elushion, who is a son to me and who, without his influence, I'm not sure I will have taken up this appointment because I have a lot of appointments layering over each other. This is my second program for today, and I'm speaking at another program at about 2. But I'm glad to be here. I'm excited that a student body is taking this kind of initiative. So I hope in the next 30 minutes or thereabout, I will share some thoughts with you. Let me apologize ahead that I will not be able to take questions because I will just have to be here by 12 or thereabout. So there are 3 things I'd like to talk about, and if at any time you don't hear me, please let me know either by chat box or flash me or something. There are 3 things I'd like to talk about. One, to look at Africa and the juncture the African continent is now with respect to the issue that you are focusing on, the triple challenge of communicable diseases, non-communicable diseases, and poverty. Secondly, to look at what are the strategic responses we could have to these challenges. And finally, our student body and as you have requested, what would be the role of students in addressing these challenges. So let's start with talking about the African continent and its crossroad. When you talk about triple challenges, different people in literature might look at it differently. Some will talk about communicable diseases, non-communicable diseases, and injuries. Some will talk about communicable diseases, non-communicable, and mental health, and all of that. We all focus, which I admire, is about the triple challenge of communicable diseases, non-communicable diseases, and poverty. So let's take a look at this. Africa constitutes less than a fifth of the world population, about 17%. But when you begin to interpose or juxtapose that against what we know epidemiologically around the disease burden, then you see that Africa is disproportionately burdened. Whether you're talking about communicable diseases or non-communicable diseases, or even the whole issue around poverty. The available data shows us that Africa is responsible for about a quarter of the global communicable disease burden in the world. And communicable diseases constitute the larger proportion of African disease profile, constituting about 60%, whereas we see the non-communicable diseases rising consistently over the last couple of years, and it's projected to rise even more as we approach the future. And right now, about slightly more than a third of deaths in Africa are now due to non-communicable diseases. And about 90 million people in Africa are living in poverty. So let's take a look at the communicable disease itself. As we know today, Africa constitutes the larger proportion of global health deaths in HIV, with Nigeria leading almost virtually one of the leading countries, with South Africa and a number of them, around the issue of HIV burden. About 94% of malaria deaths happen in our continent for obvious reasons. Malaria is endemic in our region, whereas it's largely been controlled or non-existent in many other regions of the world. We have about a quarter of global TB cases, and about 1 billion people, over 1 billion people in Africa, are affected by the neglected tropical diseases, the schistosomiasis, filariasis, and all of that are broadly diseases of poverty. And we know that there is the constant threat of emerging and re-emerging infections, Ebola, Lassa, Mpox, and all of that. So we are a continent that is burdened very greatly with the challenges of communicable diseases. At the same time, non-communicable diseases have become a rising challenge in Africa, with about 38% of those deaths actually among non-communicable diseases being due to cardiovascular diseases. We are seeing increasing rate of cancer, prostatic cancer among men, breast and cervical cancer among women, and all of that is increasing. We also know that diabetes is increasing both among the rich and among the poor in the African continent. But greater challenge, as studies upon studies have shown, for example, the demographic health survey, is that most cases are undiagnosed. Most people are not even aware they have the condition, and so they cannot access care for themselves. We also know that mental health is rising, particularly among young people. We know that mental health begins for most of about 2/3 of mental health, they begin in adolescent age of year, even though they are not discovered until adulthood. But the challenge is that there's a whole lot of gaps, and most people are not identified as having mental problems. And because of the stigma that surrounds mental health issues, and the deaths of health professionals in the mental health space, with many people now, most of our workers now jackpot into other parts of the world, the treatment gap around mental health is frighteningly increasing. Poverty in Africa, you may say to yourself, is poverty a disease? The answer is yes. We may not classify it by the standard classification of disease, but there is no doubt that poverty is the mother of all diseases, particularly in Africa. We have more than 55% of the globally extremely poor people are living. Africa is home to about 57% of the world's poorest countries. About 1/3 of people in Africa are lacking water. Almost 2/3 of Africa lack adequate sanitation. So you see a condition where poverty is conditioning people to poor environmental conditions and affecting health in all other dimensions of life. And when you think about this triple challenge, they are not challenges to be seen in isolation. They are not just discrete challenges. They are interconnected challenges, and their combination form what you could regard as a lethal synergy, because one potentiates the other in very significant way. And there are several examples of that. You know that HIV now, because of the drugs that people are using for HIV, is increasing issues of metabolic disorders and cardiovascular conditions. We know that hepatitis B is endemic in our region and is a precursor to liver cancer. So we know TB worsens the challenges of chronic lung disease. And because of poverty, on one hand, people cannot access care, but diseases also push a lot of people to poverty in Africa, by 100 million people. We know that young people or children who grow in households where there is poverty will likely suffer malnutrition, and that will weaken their immunity. And so they are likely to also be easily affected by many other infectious disease. And so the circle goes on and goes on. So it is a whole lot of potentiating that happens between those three groups of conditions: communicable diseases, non-communicable, and poverty. Indeed, poverty and health has a long and historical antecedent. Studies upon studies have shown that poverty leads to poor health outcome, and poor health leads to poverty. When you take a look at poverty and you consider its effect on health, one of the basic fundamental things when we think about public health prevention, and we talk about things like primordial prevention, taking action to even ensure that conditions that are adverse do not come up at all. You find that poverty tilts that balance significantly because it impacts the material dimension of living, from quality of housing to quality of environment to quality of neighborhood to quality of community to poverty and all of that. To all the whole issue around the impact of poverty on mental health and psychosocial issues, chronic stress, social exclusion, and that increases the likelihood of mental health conditions among people who are poor. There's also the behavioral impact because poverty limits choices. People are more likely to adopt unhealthy behavior. They have less opportunity to live in an environment where they can take walks because they live in a crowded environment. Access to, can you hear me? I'm hearing a lot of echo. I hope it's okay at that end. They can't access services and on and on and on like that. So the poor is naturally, from all we know, likely to have a poorer health and likely die earlier than those people who have better conditions. Let's take a look quickly at Nigeria. One of the things that we see in Nigeria, of course, Nigeria, the most populous country in sub-Saharan Africa, reflects a lot of what we see in Africa and influence the statistics that we see. Every time you look at statistics in sub-Saharan Africa, we more or less almost mirroring the statistics of Nigeria because of our population. One of the things that we know is that poverty is increasing, and I don't need to say that to anybody on this forum. We all feel the impact. We all know what is happening. This chart, which actually is a combination of survey and projection. For example, we might see 2026 and 2027. Those are projections. This line, the straight line, actually talk about projections. The red dots, the red circles are studies. And one of the things that this tells us, the combination of the study, which also form the basis for projection, and also looking at the macroeconomic indices, is that poverty is increasing at a significant rate in Nigeria. And the number of people who are poor is also increasingly is also increasing number, becoming extremely uncomfortable for anybody in governance. One of the things World Bank reported in its report that came out in October last year, titled From Policy to People, Bridging the Reform Gains Home, is that the share of the ultra poor, this is Nigerians, who cannot sustain healthy caloric requirements, even if they spend all their money on food. People, even when they spend all their money on food, will still not meet their caloric requirements. That proportion increased from 14 to 27% between the 4 year space of 2019 and 2023. And that's about 139 million Nigerians who therefore cannot afford healthy meals because of the poor income. We do know that in many ways, poverty is not just a consequence of people to challenge we are talking about. It is a driver. Inability to afford medicine, for example, will drive perpetuation of poor health, malnutrition, as I said, weakening immunity, poor housing, and all of that. And so we know that poverty is a vicious circle, and it's at the core of the challenges we're talking about, affecting both communicable diseases and non-communicable diseases as a proximate determinant of both of them. And we just look back again at the Nigerian example to illustrate this point. When you take a look at the Nigerian data scenes and look at what's happening in our sexual and reproductive health, one of the very clear things that is evident is the fact that if you look at teenage pregnancy, look at any proximate indicator around health, you find that the worst conditions happen among the poorer people. Here you see that when it comes to teenage pregnancy, among those who are the highest level of socioeconomic indices, only about 4% of them now record teenage pregnancy. But if you look at those who are at the lowest, you find that it's more than 7 times that, about 29%. And that same factor is reflected when you look at the educational level, where those who have higher education have only about 4% of teenage pregnancy, but it's about over 30% among those who come from poor households. This is about the perinatal mortality. Looking at CBAT in Nigeria, this comes from the Nigeria Demographic Health Survey. When you take a look at the red circles versus the bluish circle, you see a contrast between what happened. Sorry, the bluish circle is the total for the country. The immediate line before then is what you have for the highest. So you find, for example, whereas you find 18% for west quintile for the lowest, you see that they are the one that really influence the national data, because those who are highest come to about 14%. So consistently, you find a high level of deaths among children of the poor compared to children of the rich. Again, this is another one. When you look at where mothers who are pregnant will access care or who will deliver them, for those who are the poorest, about 16% of them will be delivered by doctors or nurses. But look at the highest, almost everyone who is at the highest level of socioeconomic indices will get delivered by a doctor or a nurse. It's key care. So when you take a look at Nigerian maternal mortality ratio and you see the figure that says Nigeria has the highest maternal mortality ratio in the world, it's good because we have a large proportion of people who are poor, and because they are poor, they are not able to access care. They cannot deliver in their facilities. They are not accessing network care, and all of that. And so we see that what happens to the poor really impact the overall picture that we see of the country when you have a high proportion of people in poverty. So essentially, those are the connections. But I think it's also important to ask a question about the future of African health. And there are 2 factors that I think are very important as we think about that. Number 1 factor is the continuous depletion of the African human resources due to migration. I know that many of you who are listening to me are young people. I guess that some of you, all you are waiting for is to get your MBBS or MBCHB or get your nursing degree, and off you go. So that in itself is one of the conditions that worsens Africa's health scenario and will continue to impact us negatively until we are able to reverse that. One other challenge is the issue about the funding for health. Right now, we know that there's a whole issue around global AIDS. USAID was the leader in funding family planning for Nigeria. And just 2 or 3 weeks ago, about 3 weeks ago now, I just finished leading the development of Nigeria's new HIV strategic plan. I have been privileged to lead the process of developing the strategic plan for the country over the last 10 years. And as we were working on that, one of the core questions we are asking ourselves is where will the money for drugs come from for those who are living for HIVs? Because more than 85% of the money that fund the drugs, the free drugs, they come from USAID, they come from US government. A combination of USAID and CDC and all of that. The same is true about family planning. As of last year, I was doing work for my team was doing work for a consortium on family planning. And one of the questions that faced us was that more than half of the money for family planning that we needed were not available yet, because that money ordinarily will have come from USAID. And if you think about even the UN family, UNICEF, UNFPA, and all of WHO and all of that, a lot of the fund they use come from USAID. So with that challenge, we must ask ourselves the question, what is the picture for Africa's health? As we think around the funding issue, I love this article that I got from Charterhouse. They said, Africa after USAID, who will pay the health bill? Because somebody else has been paying our health bill. And one of the questions they posed in that article is this: will African government allow the cycle of dependency to continue, or will they reassert their sovereignty over their health system? In other words, will they own their own domestic health system by putting funding that will ensure that their own people can get good health services? That's a question that is yet to be answered, even in Nigeria as I speak. And as we think about that, we all talk about USAID, US, and all of that. But the truth is that the entirety of the global health aid is changing. There is less fund coming to developing countries from almost all the donor countries. Either you're talking about the European Union or you're talking about the Nordic groups and all of that. As the UN Trade and Development said in its report last year, in 2023, aid to developing countries declined for the third consecutive year. So this trend has been continuing and affects sectors that are crucial for sustainable development. It affects health sector, it affects educational sector, it affects youth development sector, and many other sectors where they have been relying largely on donor support. For the OECD, for example, they noted that they projected a 9 to 17% drop in ODA, which come on top of the drop that they had also experienced in 2024. And they remark, as I quote, the outlook beyond 2025 remains highly uncertain. And even as we speak, it still remains quite uncertain how Africa will negotiate this challenge around funding for their sector. So what is it that sustains this triple burden? The underlying factor to my mind, and the biggest elephant in the room, is poor governance and poor accountability. Because Africa is not necessarily poor, but Africa has become poor by lack of governance, lack of accountability of the rulers to the ruled, and the voicelessness of those who constitute the citizens. The citizens seem to allow all kinds of things, and therefore those who are in really position just trample upon the rights and the needs of the people. So that is an underlying factor. The governance structure, the governance performance is a big question in about how Africa will rise up or if Africa will go down even more. But based upon that poor governance, we begin to see the effect in different critical sectors. For example, the health system. The health system in Africa is very fragile, very poor quality of services, and inadequate number of health workers, poor health literacy, and all of that. We see education deficit. According to UNESCO, Nigeria has the largest number of out-of-school youths. Young people who are supposed to be out of school, are supposed to be in school, but are out of school. And so they become easy recruits for all kinds of violence, and they perpetrate intergenerational poverty. You find conflict and instability in the whole of the Northeast. And now you have a whole lot of challenge about human displacement. More than 4 million people, according to the latest data from the UN, are in need of aid in Northeast Nigeria alone. And the issue of conflict and instability is growing in the country. Farmers can't go to farm now. So what begin to see is food security begin to get challenging. And the poor will be the most affected naturally. We have in Africa a young generation, a young population, and our level of fertility is still unduly high. And that is raising a challenge about the ability of government to respond to the needs. And because the villages and the rural areas are poor in infrastructure. More people are going to the urban areas. And so we are seeing urban congestion, we are seeing overcrowding, we are seeing shanty towns around urban areas, and we are seeing increased level of violence, increased level of suicide, increased level of mental health conditions begin to come together because of rapid urbanization. Now, of course, there's a whole issue about unemployment or poor level of unemployment. Gender issue is a big challenge in Africa because, as I often say, a bird can only fly best with 2 wings. It doesn't fly with 1 wing. But the gender equality issue in Nigeria seems to paint a picture of a country that's trying to fly with 1 wing. Because particularly in northern Nigeria, there are a whole lot of issues about gender, around education, around access to employment, as autonomy of the woman, and all of that. And increasing now, there's also the issue of the ecosystem, the climate vulnerability. Now we're seeing flooding, and because of that, farms have been destroyed, homes have been destroyed, people have been displaced. We are seeing increasing level of arable land being lost, and all of that is. They are also contributing to what we are seeing in terms of admin and their clashes with farmers and all of that. So all of these are issues that are sustaining this triple burden. In fact, the climate vulnerability is also changing the ecosystem in terms of the breeding and the activities of the parasites and the transmitting agencies and all that go with that. Okay, so what can we do? A lot of things. Number one, the first place to start, it's about a whole society approach to the issue of social determinants of health. Social determinants of health refers to non-medical conditions in which people are born, grow, live, work, and age. And that is, poverty is at the heart of that. There is the issue of education, access and quality, there's the issue of healthcare and quality, there's the issue of the neighborhood and the environment, there's the issue of social community context and economic stability. We do know from science that between 30 and 55% of health outcomes, poor health outcomes, not from this condition, not the medical, or from the non-medical conditions that all the life of people, about where they live, where they work, and all of that. So when we begin to address these conditions, they become foundation for turning around these challenges about the triple issues. Number two is the health system. One of the problems in Africa is that we have a health system that is fragile, but it's also increasingly fragmented, because we are dependent on donors. So you see the entire donor community, for example, supporting HIV, and they keep on pumping money to HIV. And in the process, they distort the health system because they create a parallel system. The same is true of malaria, is true of tuberculosis. But what Africa needs is not a fragmented system where donors are driving their own agenda. But we need to look at the totality of the health system and the building blocks that we know from what WHO have told us. The whole issue around governance of the health system, information, financing, service delivery, human resources, which I pointed out here is the linchpin, because without human resources, every other thing will fall apart. Of course, the whole issue of medicine and technology, and the of that is people. So we need to look at a well-functioning health system to ensure that we can meet the needs of people wherever they live in our country and at whatever level of socio-economic development they might be. The other issue we must address is the issue of workforce migration. Like I said, human resources is the linchpin. If Africa is wasting its money, if Africa is trading people with his money, and they keep on migrating, then Africa is wasting its scarce resources and getting nothing in return. And so there's a need for a stronger policy around the whole issue of controlling migration. At the same time, also make it a condition at home that will make it conducive for health workers to want to stay at home, to want to work at home, and to want to impact the life of their own people, because they can function in a system that provides what they need, that supports their work, and enable them to function optimally. Number 4 is the fact that health system runs only on the platform of the people. Don't run health system in facilities; they run in communities. And where there's no accountability at the community system, the health system itself cannot be robust enough. So we need to look for a system. And I'm glad we are working and we're looking at that increasingly with what is happening in Nigerian health sector reform. But how do you ensure we have a people-oriented, community-oriented, accountability-based health system? Not just health system, accountability-based governance system. There are people who can hold their representatives, their elected representatives, to account on basis of the mandate that they have given them. We know there's so much money now in local governments, but who is asking them questions? So you see a lot of stealing is going on, particularly at local government, and nobody is paying attention. Nobody knows because there's no community-rooted accountability system. There's also the fact that health system cannot do it. What we need is a multi-level intersectoral strategic action, what people call health in all policies. Across all sectors, we need to look at the health issues. We need to look at things like universal health coverage within the health sector and strengthen the primary care center, primary care services. We need to look at how we integrate care so that it can be more effective and more efficient. We need to look at how we prioritize disease prevention, rather than pushing too much money into tertiary care that people for a little, just few number of people. Tertiary care level is important for raising human resources, but in terms of coverage of services for the people, is really not yielding the kind of result you expect based on the kind of amount of money is going. So we need to look at how do we recondition the system so that disease prevention and treatment, care and rehabilitation remains our priority. We need to look at social protection. Social protection are mechanisms where we put in place to lift the poor out of their poverty. Things like social insurance, things like cash transfer, things like school feeding programs. They are all issues that can help lift poor people from poverty. They are social nets. And Nigeria has a fantastic policy on social protection, but as usual, we have implemented very poorly. I've talked about governance before. I know governance and financing between the health sector and between the larger health sector, and the whole issue about research and innovation, because the currency of the current generation and the future is not oil, it's not natural resources, it is knowledge, it is science, it's invention, it's innovation, it's technology. And so we need to begin to, again, look around the whole issue about research and innovation as a mechanism to lift Africa from its poverty. And we must go on to continue to intensify research. Today, most of the development-oriented research that we do in this country, they are funded by outsiders, and sometimes the results are used by them to our own detriment. And so we must begin to prioritize the funding of research. We must begin to look at the whole issue around innovation and digital transformation, using technology to reach people who are not easily reachable because they are far from urban centers or because they are in conflict areas and all of that. So let me move on. The last issue is about investing in young people. Demographic dividend is a possibility for Africa because we have a large number of young people. And if you invest in their education, if you invest in employment for them, and if you invest in their, we are likely to reap what is called the demographic dividend. That's a transformation of our economic situation and economic indices. But if you fail to invest in our young people, we are most likely going to reap demographic disaster because they are going to become a generation that is dissatisfied, and will likely take to violence and all of that. So let's talk, as I begin to close in the next 5 minutes thereabouts, about students as champions against the people body. And I call this Gen X. I see the current generation of students and of young people around me as people who are problem solvers. In the last 2 days, 3 days, two young people had come to me to show me what they're doing in terms of developing new apps. Medical has not just graduated. She's doing to facilitate records retention around children immunization and all of that. So I see a lot of young people with potentials, and I think we are beginning to see what I would call the generation solution. All right. I see a lot of them around my life. 26 years ago, a group started in Obafemi University called Campus Health and Rights Initiative. Every year they have a program called Campus Health Forum. This is some of the things they are talking about. In 2023, they are talking about toxic clubs, talking about things like gender-based violence, dating violence, and all of that. In 2025, they are talking about pleasure, privacy, and power, looking at the balance of power, gender equality, and all of that. And all of that kind of campaign. And those campaigns, when we ensure that they're not limited to our campuses, but taken to the communities, they will have tremendous impact upon the life of people. I was just talking to them a few days ago, the same campus guys, Campus Health and Rights Initiative, which I actually founded 26 years ago for young people to learn to lead and to lead to impact. This year they're talking about talk and do. I mean, how do you go beyond talk to make things happen? A young lady in my university here in Ife, a few days ago, her name is Fumi Shopade, approached me about one new initiative she's having. She's running a campaign to get young girls vaccinated on campus, because they find that even though undergraduates are supposed to know a lot about health, that really they don't know and they're not really bothered. And so she started a campaign asking people to support vaccination with 500 naira and all of that. For me, those are very exciting things that I see young people doing. And I'm glad, like I said, that your young people here driving research and all of that. Okay, what can you do? There's several things you can do. One, education and literacy. One of the greatest challenges of our people is that they don't know. They don't know about air conditions. Their knowledge is poor. Their actions is also wrong because they are based on poor knowledge. So one of the best things we can do is to improve their knowledge, to improve their air literacy, to improve their understanding about air conditions and what drive. Number two, just like you are doing, promote research, promote the use of evidence. Many times we waste money in this sector because we are doing things that have not been proven to work. But using evidence to drive services and to drive intervention will improve results. We must be a voice for the voiceless, advocacy around policy and the rest of it. Innovation and technology, you are the generation that never knew a world without digital equipments. You are a world generation that rose up at the time of when phone had become an everyday thing and internet is an everyday thing. So you must continue to use those innovations and technology to change the world. The only issue of climate health is one issue we must look at and we must continue to talk about, because it's likely to tip everything that we do. Just like digital transformation and AI are also changing things in different sectors. We must look at how we support other young people, mental health issue and the rest of that. I wish I have time, but I need to round up in the next few minutes. Yeah, but I think that where it starts is this. As I was preparing this, I remember this passage from the Holy Book about a prophet who was condemning everybody, who has a word for everybody about what they are doing right and what they are not doing right, until he himself see a reason to look at his own life. And now to say when the voice came, that who should I send? I say, here am I, send me. But you know what? For you to say, here am I, send me, for you to say, I'll be an instrument to change this in Africa or to change this in my environment, it's not going to come automatically. There are at least three elements that you must look at. Number one, your personal development. You must continue to study, you must continue to invest in your own life. You must continue to get mentored and all of that. One challenge I see many times in our environment is our students are increasingly reading less. And when they're even reading, they are so narrow-minded, reading only their profession. You're not going to change the world that way. You need to know about economics. You need to know about politics. You need to know about developmental issues beyond your narrow confine of being a medical student or a nursing student, all of that. You need to gain your knowledge about what makes for development. Number two, you must have a passion. You must develop a passion. There must be something that pushes you to say, look, it's not about being a doctor, it's not about being a nurse, it's not about the money at hand, it's not about being a scientist. It's about making impact. You must develop consciousness for impact as a philosophy for life. And number three, you must look for how to work with other people, to partner with them, to collaborate with them. That's how you can begin to say, look, I am available, I am positioned to make the difference that needs to be made. Let me conclude now. One of the things about Africa is not about lack of understanding or even knowledge about what we need to do. There's something called Africa's Agenda 2063 that was launched in 2013. I wonder how many of you have ever heard of it. It's a 50-year blueprint for what Africa wants to be and how Africa wants to develop over a 50-year period. And there's a very interesting statement that I read of it 2 nights ago. It says, we are confident that Africa has the capability to realize our full potential in development, culture and peace, and to establish flourishing, inclusive and prosperous societies. End of quote. So if they are this confident, then why have you not seen it? And the reason is this. We talk a lot of talk, but we don't do a lot of doings. And that is what you must bear in mind if you truly want to transform situations. I was reminded as I was preparing this about an old song I learned when I was a young man. It comes from the hymnal. It is titled, "By Whom Shall Jacob Now Arise?" I have paraphrased it for Africa. It says, "By whom shall Africa now arise? For African strength are few. And what should fill us with surprise? They seem divided too." That's very true of Africa. The truth is, internationally and in global community, we don't. Many other countries are not really our friends. They would rather want Africa to remain underdeveloped so that they can oppress us. They can continue to use us for their own ends. Say, by whom shall Africa now arise? For Africa folks are strong. I read that triumph in their eyes. They think he will fail ere long. By whom shall Jacob now arise? Oh, I didn't change that from Jacob. That's the original one. Jacob now arise. Can end tell by whom? So this song, the last verse, talk about God helping. But I don't think it's about God helping. And I have the greatest respect for God. I have a passion for God. I'm a Christian, and I truly believe in what God does in people's life. But what I'm saying is this: God had already empowered Africa. He has given us resources. He has given us grain. He has given us people. God is even waiting for us to arise. It is not that we are waiting for God to arise. So, by whom shall Africa now arise? I think your generation has the answer. You are the people who can make Africa arise. You are the people who can transform the situation. You are the people who can usher Africa into its new future. I think things about that. Your study, not just your study in school, but study to grow, to develop, to impact. Your willingness to serve and your willingness to sustain your initiative, your intention, your passion, even in the face of challenges. Africa Earth future will not be delivered by government alone. It will be built one community, one student, and by one act of service. The generation solution is here. Africa does not need to wait for resources to save African life. It needs to deploy the resources it has, including intelligence, energy, compassion, an agency of youth students, young people with greater wisdom, purpose, and solidarity. The triple challenge is immense, but it's not insurmountable. The tool exists, the evidence exists, but the will must be built. The generation of survivors is already here. And I want to thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that amazing session and for that poem. And for that poem at the end. Thank you so joining us. If you have any questions, you can drop them on the attendees group, and the organizers will find a way to get the answers across to you.
Okay, so are we all having a good time? I can't get a response. It's a little bit of a cold house, and we're about to have something very fun, very impactful upcoming. So are we all having a good time? All right, that's much better. Thank you very much. So right about now, we'll be having the innovation tank. But I'll be introducing that first for those who are not familiar with it. Again, what's the full meaning of CRE? College Research and Innovation Hub. So in the course of this tenure, we tried to do a lot more focusing on the innovation part of things. CRE has been very big on research, but in the course of this tenure, we tried to work a bit more on innovation. Earlier in the tenure, each of our journal clubs came up with innovation projects. We had a training session on systems thinking, where we all learned how to go through the process of actualizing those innovations. Now, is anybody familiar with Shark Tank? Let me see hands if you're familiar with Shark Tank.
Lions Den.
Sea Lions Den, Shark Tank. So we're about to have something similar to that we're going to call the Innovation Tank. Each journal club is going to have 5 minutes, very strictly 5 minutes, to pitch their innovation to our judges here. But first, we're going to be introducing our judges for today. But first, let's give a round of applause to the beautiful members of our journal club who will be coming to convince us as to why their healthcare innovations deserve our attention this afternoon. So first off, we'll be introducing our judges.
Okay, so we'll be reading the citation of the judges very quickly. They were carefully selected for this purpose. The first judge on my list is Dr. Adeniyi Adeshola. Please, can you rise, sir, for recognition as I read your citation? Dr. Adeniyi Adeshola is a recent graduate of the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, and alumnus of the College Research and Innovation Hub, Ibadan. He is passionate about public leadership, public health advocacy, research, volunteering, and health professions education. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Adeniyi Adeshola. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Fumilayo Olopade, who many of us should be familiar with, is a senior lecturer. Thank you very much for that. He's a senior lecturer at the Department of Anatomy, College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, and a neuroscience researcher. She's passionate about medical education and mentoring the next generation of healthcare researchers. Another round of applause for Dr. Olopade, please.
Next up, we have Dr. Akintomiwa Makonjola. Please, ma'am, may you rise as I read your citation. Dr. Akintomiwa Makonjola is a young, driven consultant neurologist with interest in stroke, neurologic critical care, and neurologic manifestations of HIV infection. He is passionate about patient care, teaching, research, and development of local capacity through global partnerships and collaborations. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Akintomiwa Makonjola. Thank you, sir.
And today we have Dr. Olubukola Omobowale. Dr. Omobowale is a consultant physician. Thank you very much. Dr. Omobowale is a consultant physician, academic researcher, and advocate, working at the intersection of global mental health, women's health, and community medicine in sub-Saharan Africa. As a senior lecturer in community medicine at the University of Ibadan and a country co-investigator for the Succeeds Africa Consortium, funded by the UK Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, her research centers on communities that are too often overlooked. That is, people living with psychosocial disabilities, older women with HIV, survivors of child marriage, female genital mutilation, and other harmful traditional practices. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to our judges for today. All right, thank you very much. So we'll be calling on our journal clubs who will be pitching their ideas to our judges today. And we'll be having 7 journal clubs here today. 8. Oh, thank you very much. We'll be having 8 journal clubs here today. Public Health B, Cardio A, Child and Maternal Health, Surgery and Anesthesia, Neuroscience B, Neuroscience A, and Cardio B. And Psychiatry Journal Club. So if you've heard your journal club mentioned today, can you please give a round of applause for them? Aha. Okay, so first, there are not many ground rules to be laid here. Again, whatever you think is going to convince the judges is what we want to see you bring to our innovation tank here. But again, 5 minutes, no more. If you, my sincere apologies because you're all my fellow crew members and friends. But if you go beyond 5 minutes, you're going to see me right beside you, snatch that microphone out of your hand.
Steeplechase style, strictly steeplechase style. I'm sure you're familiar with steeplechase. Once your time is up, you move.
So we'll be going in the order that has been dictated. First, Public Health B, then Cardio A, Child and Maternal Health, Surgery and Anesthesia, Neuroscience B, neuroscience A, and then psychiatry. So when it's 1 minute to the end of whoever is presenting, we will signal to you at which time we expect the next journal club to have stood here, because we want to make sure that this goes as quickly and as orderly as possible. When you finish your presentation, please stand at the other side of the hall. At the end of the innovation tank, all presenters are going to line up here for comments from the judges. I hope that's clear. So 1 minute to the end, we will signal to you. You stand here while the other person is rounding up their presentation. And when you're done with your presentation, you move to the other side of the hall. At the end, everyone is going to come back to get comments from the judges. So are we ready?
Are we ready?
I don't see the excitement. Are we ready?
Club members in the audience, are you ready to hear what your club has for us? Okay.
And so we'll be starting with the presentation from Public Health B. Can we have the representative from Public Health B mount to the stage?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. My name is Abiola Salawu, and I'll be presenting Safe Space, an innovation project by Public Health Group B. Here are members of the Safe Space team, which includes members of Public Health Journal Club, members of Asido Campus Network, and our supervising consultant, Dr. Oluwabunmi Fola Bolumole. This is the outline of the presentation. I'll be starting with an introduction and ending with the conclusion. Mental health challenges among medical students are becoming a major public health concern. To bridge the gap between emotional distress and access to mental health care, we conducted a survey and developed Safe Space, an innovation that provides immediate support, promotes health-seeking behaviors, and improves linkage to mental health services. A systematic review by Esson et al. Focusing on Nigerian medical students reported a pooled prevalence of psychological stress in a whopping 60.5% and depression in another 33.5%. Stigma and privacy concerns create significant barriers to mental health support, especially among medical students. There's a critical gap for trusted, moderated spaces where students can have confidential mental health concerns and conversations without fear of judgment. We conducted a survey among clinical students in the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, and we asked them some questions just to know their perception of mental health challenges. First, we asked them, what do you think causes mental health challenges the most? And 44.2% of them said that it's pressure from academics. Another 19.2% also said that it's as a result of financial stress, and others said it's from lack of support. We then asked them, when they are going through mental health distress, what do they do? A whopping 53.8% said that they would rather keep it to themselves, and another 40.4% said that they would talk to family and friends. We then asked what makes them more willing to share their mental health concerns, and 44.2% said that it is a supportive and non-judgmental platform, and 40.4% said that it is confidentiality, privacy. Now, based on the findings of this survey and research findings, we developed Safe Space. Now, Safe Space is a non-crisis innovation project that is designed to help medical students to provide an anonymous digital platform to support students. Our goal is to provide accessible, confidential, peer-mediated mental health support for clinical supports for clinical students in the College of Medicine while facilitating timely referral. This is what Safe Space looks like at a glance from the administrators panel, and the workflow is that through a Telegram bot, users will send a message to the bot, and when they do that, they receive a pre-support survey, after which they receive reassurance and they get the support that they need, and if necessary, they are referred for professional help. Now, our partners for this project are Asido Campus Network, which provides us with first aiders that so the University Counseling Service, which is an existing mental health platform available here, but we conducted a survey and found out that 70.2% of medical students do not even know that this is existing. So we are partnering with them to help with the project. Our study design is a descriptive implementation project that uses mixed methods evaluation approach, and we use a digital platform right now, which is Telegram, and up to upscale to our own website. We also collect data via our pre and post survey tools. Now, our scale-up plan is to integrate this project into mental health ambassador networks as other student communities, and also to create our own customized Safe Space website and get strategic partnerships. This is what our Safe Space website would look like when we get the partnerships that we hope to get. We face some challenges with first aiders. We use a peer support network, but we combat having scheduled response times. We also face structural limitations of the platform, and that's why we hope to build our website, and we face lots of respondents to follow up, and through this we send reminders and notifications. In conclusion, Safe Space is an evidence-informed, student-centered by integrating the peer support and institutional. Safe Space has the potential to transform mental health support across tertiary institutions in Nigeria. But of course, we can only do this with strategic partnerships. So remember, your mental health deserves a safe space. Thank you for listening.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Morenikeji Melody, and I'll be presenting on behalf of Cardiovascular Health A Journal Club. Mrs. Kadiri, a 35-year-old school teacher who has been looking for the fruit of the womb for over 10 years. One day, finally, she saw those 2 lines on her pregnancy test, and she wept for joy. But unfortunately, Nigeria's maternal health crisis does not pause for miracles. At 34 weeks, the seizures came without warning, and she was rushed to the hospital by her husband, only to be told that she was suffering from eclampsia. She was rushed to the theater to have emergency cesarean section, and she was delivered of her premature baby. But the crisis was not over. Overwhelmed by her preterm baby's needs and her husband's sudden job loss, she could not manage her persistently elevated blood pressure. No reminder came, no call was made, no system reached out. The next time she presented to the hospital, she had suffered a devastating hemorrhagic stroke. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a story far too common. I'll be presenting a pilot study titled Utilizing SMS Phone Call Intervention to Increase Postpartum Blood Pressure Monitoring Among Women with Hypertensive Disorders of Pregnancy. These are the names of my team members, and this project has been supervised by Dr. Obajimi from the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology. 10% of pregnancies are affected by hypertensive disorders of pregnancy globally. 85% of the global burden is found in sub-Saharan Africa. 29% of maternal deaths in Nigerian federal hospitals as a result of hypertensive disorders of pregnancy. And more than 50% of these women suffering from this disease are not followed up postpartum in Nigeria. According to ACOG, the recommendation made was that blood pressure must be assessed within 72 hours postpartum, and again at 7 to 14 days for all women suffering from hypertensive disorders of pregnancy. Yet in Nigeria, adherence is critically low due to patient and physician and health system barriers. Our initial study aims included to test the effectiveness of SMS-based intervention in improving postpartum blood pressure monitoring among these high-risk women, and also to determine the relationship between social, demographic, and gynecological characteristics and blood pressure assessment in these women. Our null hypothesis was SMS-based intervention is no more effective than standard postpartum care by statistically or clinically significant amount, and our alternate hypothesis hypothesis was that it is more, at the SMS-based intervention is more effective than standard postpartum care by a statistically or clinically significant amount. Initially, our plan was to conduct a full randomized control trial with a sample size of 236, and these women will be divided into two arms, the intervention and the control arm, each having a number of 118 recruits. The study size, UCH Ibadan, and the intervention, SMS reminders only. But we decided to conduct a pilot study. And this is because we wanted to assess and evaluate our study's aims and hypotheses, and also to assess the feasibility of our research methodology. So on going to the field, we encountered a lot of challenges, which included low availability of members to help in the recruitment, strict inclusion criteria, limited eligible patients in the study window, and the fact that SMS-only intervention was not effective. So that led us to to do some slight modifications of our methodology to make it hybrid, that is, the intervention including both SMS and phone calls. For the results, initially we recruited about 10 women.
You have
but
1
on
minute.
cleaning,
1 more minute.
okay, but on data cleaning, we narrowed it down to 5 patients. As you can see, only one of them was booked. Okay. Okay. No, the one for below. Yes. All right. So 3 out of the 5 women, we obtained the blood pressure readings for 3 out of the 5 women. Only all control patients attended their postnatal appointment. However, none of our intervention patients attended their postnatal clinics. And 2 out of the 3 intervention were unreachable. However, they had a postnatal appointment date, and one of them was not given a postnatal appointment date. However, she monitored her blood pressure at home. So for the key insights and discussion, we discovered that calls beat SMS, and this was a unanimous preference across both arms. We discovered systemic failures, the fact that it wasn't just patient attitude, but one of our patients who was diagnosed to have one of the severe parts of the spectrum, eclampsia, was not given a postnatal clinic date. And then we also discovered that this project, like this, for the intervention there was a multifactorial problem: attitude, structure, study design. So these are our solutions. Move. Okay. Yes, so we intend to scale up beyond UCH to Adeoyo Maternity Teaching Hospital. And this is because of it has higher volume of patients. We encountered a series of challenges, as you can see here: funding, manpower, patient receptiveness, and recruitment volume. So these are our solutions: to seek sponsorship, to recruiting additional team members with clearly defined roles, and also to involve the treating physicians in patient counseling at recruitment as well.
Time up. Please move. Thank you.
Good day, judges, timekeeper, and esteemed audience. I am Faith Iwashepeletu, and I'll be presenting to you Project PPH Sentinel on behalf of the Child and Maternal Health Journal Club. This project addresses a simple but important question: can we improve the identification of women at risk of postpartum hemorrhage at the primary healthcare level? These are the outline I'll be using to answer these questions. Postpartum hemorrhage is the leading cause of maternal mortality in Nigeria. It contributes to about 42% of maternal death. And our primary health centers are the first point of contact for pregnant women. However, risk identification of PPH remains inconsistent because the tools available for us are not designed to fit our reality. We realize that a tool is only useful if it works where lives are actually saved or lost. Our methodologies include 4 stages. We are currently in stage 1 and 2. The first one is to do a retrospective study in primary health centers, and we are comparing 2 PPH risk assessment tools, one international tool and one local tool. We are reviewing records of pregnant women in 5 PHCs in Ibadan North local government, and we are assessing them, those that registered between August 2024 and August 2025. We follow them up to delivery to know if they eventually have PPH or not. The 2 tools we are assessing are the AHAN model, which is the international one, and the Lagos Predict PPH model. And we are checking the area under the curve of these tools. Right. From the results so far, it shows that the area under the curve for both models falls below the clinically acceptable threshold. However, due to our current sample size, these findings are preliminary and they are being strengthened by ongoing data collection. This is the result for the AWAN model. It shows that, sorry, can you go back to slides? Yes, it shows that this model flagged 19 cases as high risk and 3 cases ended up having PPH. While the Lagos model, please next please. The Lagos model flagged 6 cases as high risk and 2 ended up having PPH. Eventually, based on these our preliminary findings, we realized that the AWAN model has a higher sensitivity, while the Lagos model has a higher specificity. Bearing in mind that our PHCs have unique and different clinical realities, workflows, and constraints, we know that validation is not optional, and this is the large gap. There is no simple, validated PPH risk assessment tool that is designed for our PHC settings. Now, I introduce to you the solution, PPH Sentinel. It is a simplified checklist that is built specifically for use by our community health extension workers and frontline providers for rapid risk assessment of PPH in our pregnant women. This tool will be translated into local languages such as Yoruba. And our scale-up plan includes strategic planning. This will involve expanded data collection, even up to our secondary health facilities. It will strengthen the reliability of our tool, and it will enhance long-term scalability across different regions in Nigeria. Why do we think this is feasible? It is built for our system. It requires low cost. It is scalable and adaptable to our resource-limited setting. We anticipate some challenges, such as varying data quality and completeness, training requirements before implementation, adoption by users, and consistency of usage. And we plan to mitigate these challenges by the use of simplified variables in data collection, simplified instruction during training, and involvement of the necessary stakeholders to aid adoption. Of course, we know that every limitation that is properly addressed is in part of the pathway for a reliable tool. So, when you think of PPH Sentinel, think 3 things. Simple, contextual, actionable checklist that is designed to save lives. These are my journal club members, and we would like to thank our supervisors, Dr. Abdisalam, Dr. Sele, and Dr. Ilugbo. These are some of our references, and thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, my esteemed judges. My name is Omar Oluchi Idika, and I'll be presenting the innovation project for the Surgery and Anesthesia Journal Club, which is scaling surgical workforce capacity in rural Nigeria. So, if I were to ask everyone in the crowd, do we think there is a problem with surgical care capacity in rural Nigeria as at now? I'm sure your answer will be yes. But I'm also even more sure that you do not know the extent of this problem. Now, 50% of Nigerians currently live in rural areas, and about 9 out of 10 Nigerians do not have access to surgical care. Also, per 100,000 population here in Nigeria, we have only about 1.8 surgeons as compared to the WHO target of 20 to 40 surgeons per 100,000. This leads to a 25% of avoidable morbidity caused by untreated surgical conditions. And also, narrowing this down to our environment, here in Oyo State, we can see that in rural PHCs, they have about 0 of them with professional surgical care in this state. So now, looking at the broader landscape, the Nigerian surgical landscape, we know of the urban-rural divide, whereby surgeons who prefer to practice in urban areas and leaving the rural communities with nothing. And this is worsened by the brain drain, which also amplifies the gap, as we know that many surgeons and doctors, including many of us in this hall, intend to emigrate for greener pastures. Next slide, please. So what exactly is our problem statement? We've realized that rural Nigeria sits at a critical intersection whereby 50% of Nigeria's population shares a near zero surgical capacity, which has led to preventable deaths, workforce maldistribution, equity deficits, and infrastructure void. So what is the aim of our project? We aim to improve access to essential, safe, and life-saving surgical care here in rural Nigeria by making use of workforce innovations. And our innovation project is to have a hybrid model where we combine task sharing training, rotational urban surgery, as well as monitoring and evaluation. Next slide, please. So how do we intend to carry about this project? Our study design will use a cross-sectional questionnaire study and in selected rural health facilities here in Oyo State, and our population will include the healthcare workers at these rural facilities, and these are a few of the data collection domains that we would make use of. Next slide. So talking about the hybrid model itself, it combines of two pillars. The first main pillar being a task sharing training program where non-physician rural community healthcare workers are trained in essential surgical procedures. And our second pillar being the rotational urban rural surgery where urban surgeons rotate to these rural centers to deliver direct service and also monitor the activities in the community healthcare places. So for our implementation plan, we have 3 phases. The phase 1 being the pilot phase, which we are currently on, where we access rural centers for their baseline surgical needs and train the rural care workers and also have rotations with urban surgeons. The phase 2 is a scale-up phase, where we expand to 3 additional states in Nigeria and increase the amount of trained rural healthcare workers and also increase the amount of surgeons in rotation. And finally, the phase 3, which is to institutionalize the project. So how do we intend to sustain and scale up this plan? We will do that by recording our outcome milestones as well as our sustainability drivers, which includes integration of the project into postgraduate education, funding from the government, as well as replication in other low and middle income countries. So here are our key performance indicators that are to help us with monitoring and evaluation of this project. We have the rural healthcare workers trained, the rate of morbidity and mortality in maternal and perioperative care, and others. Next slide. So why do we think this is feasible? Now we know that through evidence that task sharing in surgery has been proven to be successful in countries such as Mozambique, Tanzania, and Malawi, where non-physician clinicians safely perform C-sections and hernias at scale. And also, we currently have existing workforce to train in these rural healthcare centers that will be deployed from the Department of Surgery, University College Hospital here, as this project is currently being supervised by a consultant surgeon here in the hospital. Okay, this is just an overview of our budget. Next slide, please. So here are a few of our anticipated challenges and how we intend to solve them. One of them being the quality and safety of task sharing. Now, one of the major concerns is how are we sure that these community healthcare workers will actually safely carry out these procedures. But that is why this is a hybrid model that combines rotational services and task sharing, so that at every point in time, there are urban surgeons in the rural centers to monitor their activities. So our expected impact is to reduce the morbidity and referrals to urban centers by about 30%, increase the number of rural healthcare workers, and this is our broader strategic impact. So in conclusion, this is a pragmatic, scalable, and life-saving solution, as we know that Nigeria's rural surgical crisis is not inevitable, it is reversible. And I'll end with this. Every day we wait, a mother dies in obstructed labor, a child is disabled by an untreated hernia, and the time for us to act is now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. To our other presenters, please be aware that for every minute you spend above your time limit, it's going to reflect in your scoring. Thank you very much. So we'll be taking a pause in the innovation tank to welcome a distinguished personality in our midst. Here in our midst, we have the Sub-Dean of the Faculty of Clinical Sciences. Can we please give a round of applause as we welcome Dr. Adebayo? Please come to the high table, ma. Please come to the high table, ma. Oh, all right. Yes, ma. Please let's give another round of applause for the Sub-Dean of the Faculty of Clinical Sciences. So after the innovation tank, please keep an eye out. Dr. Adebayo will be giving us an address. So we'll be having presentations, the innovation tank presentations from Neuroscience B and then Psychiatry. So Neuroscience B, are you in the house? No, I'm saying members of Neuroscience B, are you in the house? We can't see your applause for your representative. Well, crew members then, give a round of applause for Neuroscience B. All right, thank you very much.
Good day, everyone, and good day to judges. So I'm Clement Elam, here presenting Neuroscience B to present our innovation project. I'll start with a story. In the penultimate year of my secondary school, I had the principal who was one of the reasons why I'm in medical school today. So he had a stroke, and then all of a sudden, he was out of work for some months. He came back again and coordinated our WAEC examination. And after then, we left school a year after I came to the university. And on going back at the junction in my town, I saw his obituary. And this is not it's not a story; it's a live situation that happened. This is to tell us that stroke, as we have it today, it's not something that is so much of an issue again, but the issue we have is after the patients have reported to the hospital and they have gotten the necessary treatment and they have gone back home, what follows after then? We see that they survive. Survival is not actually the issue. They will survive. They will go back home. The healthcare system forget about them. After then, they forget about what they're supposed to do. Rehabilitation breaks down. And after that, what happened? We understand that they begin to have other issues which affect their recovery. I mentioned it that survival is not the issue. The issue is what? Recovery. That is what we have Rehab Link. So we're moving on. So move on. So from what you see here, like I said, it is it's not something that I want to talk about so much of the numbers, because the numbers are the things we have ideas about already. So today we look at the fact that when a patient recovers from stroke, after a while they go back home, rehabilitation breaks down, but the fact that they cannot recover properly and their independence is not assured, you will see that their long-term motor function, speech, cognitive and functional impairments are also seen. Ongoing rehabilitation is what is essential to restore their function and independence, and that is why our innovation is quite important and critical here. These are numbers, but we do not so much bother about this, because now imagine, I want to give you a problem statement out of this. Imagine you have a patient that comes to the clinic, the person actually meets a neurologist, the treatment was complete, survival is assured, the physiotherapists give them the goal, what is needed for their recovery and rehabilitation. They go back home. After that, nothing is done. Like I said before, one thing you should know is that after a while, those patients are not going to have their recovery, which is supposed to be altogether establish their independence, is not going to be assured. So that is why we are looking at the gaps that we have in recovery, in rehabilitation care gap, like weak continuity in follow-up. So follow-up can be missed and poor adherence may be identified early through this Rehab Link. Then the fragmented record, clinician cannot easily see previous rehabilitation plans or progress for patients that have suffered stroke before and have survived and gone back home. So it's one of the features of this innovation. Then there's limited patient support. Most of the patients, like I said, they need continuous follow-up, SMS to remind them of what they're supposed to do. Okay, according to the plan, the structured plan you got before leaving the hospital, are you going on, are you doing them? Then the time you're supposed to come back to visit the clinic, are you coming at the right time? Or when you feel that, oh, you're not feeling fine again, is that when you come back? Now, the solution continues. The digital rehabilitation record is to help to ensure that whenever the patient come back to the hospital, everything is structured and documented in the Rehab Link database, where the next visit, you can see what happened the other time. That can help you make assessments of progress, and if there is a possibility of replacing anything that for improvement, you can do that. Then the longitudinal care tracking is also helpful because clinicians can have the fact that there's digital rehabilitation record already on the database. It helps them to continue to authorize and review patient rehabilitation history and identify any need for subsequent follow-up. Then there's what we call the clinicians facing adherence monitoring. So clinicians can record adherence concern and use them as follow-up information, and as much as possible, adjust plans as early as possible without it results to accident. Then the SMS support, like I mentioned before, it helps them to adhere to their appointment and as much as possible, their home exercises and the works they are supposed to do. And this is really important in the Nigerian setting because you don't need WhatsApp, you don't need internet access. It's just SMS follow-up to make sure that they keep to what is done. So this is how it works. Number one, there is the possibility of adjusting plans for the care team. The care teams are made up of the clinician, that's the neurologist, and the physiotherapist. Can you go back to the slide before? The physiotherapist. Then you review the adherence and real-life recovery. How are they adhering to the plans? And in the adherence plan that they are keeping to, how is it functioning their functional recovery? Those that are not adhering, what are the things we are seeing? And then
A round of applause for Neuroscience B.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, my judges, and good morning to the audience. Standing on existing protocol, my name is Saida Hussein, and I'll be presenting Project Resilience from the Psychiatry and Mental Health Journal Club. And the Project Resilience is the evaluation of a resource-augmented chatbot in mitigating stress and anxiety among medical and dental students of College of Medicine, UI. Please walk with me through a short scenario as I explain our research objectives and our study aim. So imagine you're a student right now, currently in class. Class has been going on for 2 hours, and there's a notice on your group chat that test results from last week are going to drop on the group chat in the next 30 minutes. Class is already going on for 2 hours. Class will end by 5. There is word round after class. There is call after word round. There is school tomorrow. Your stress is already through the roof. Next slide, please. Your anxiety is also through the roof. Next slide, please. Next slide. You are not so different from other medical students and students across Nigeria, as there's anxiety ranges from the studies we looked at that shows up to 61.6% anxiety and stress levels among students. However, in 30 minutes, the results drops, and the results are not what you expected. So there's still class till 5. There's still word round after class. There's still school tomorrow. And your anxiety is through the roof. You are now isolated from your classmates. You don't want to laugh. You are not even concentrating in class. And you don't know where the mental health services are located. You don't even know whether you can trust them, whether they are confidential. So what do you turn to? You turn to your phone as it's the nearest option. And this digitization has been made easy nowadays because of access to AI and Google. So why does our intervention matter? Because there is a limited number of psychiatrists and mental health services and professionals. It highlights the need for potentially effective alternatives like the AI chatbot. Next slide, please. So our research objective, we came up with an intervention plan to evaluate the effectiveness of a 4-week CBT-grounded, research-augmented AI chatbot intervention in reducing anxiety and stress by checking the symptomatic PHA depression questionnaire and GAD-7 questionnaire. Our study design was, of course, the population was the medical and dental students currently enrolled in College of Medicine with, next slide, please. With a pre-intervention, intervention, and post-intervention phase, we adopted a pilot, quasi-experimental pre- and post-intervention study design. And the resources, next slide, please. The resources we employed were the standard treatment guidelines of the Federal Ministry of Health and the WHO mental health guidelines for management of condition and stress. These resources were inputted into the AI chatbot in order to interact with the recruits. And our exclusion criteria were students who were currently diagnosed with severe psychiatric disorders, students who are actively suicidal, and students who are currently participating in intensive psychotherapy. Next slide, please. So next slide, please. So what is our solution? Our solution, Bloom AI, is accessible, empathetic, and culturally grounded peer support. Our vision is bridging the gap between digital convenience and mental health support, while also being grounded in vetted CBT behavioral techniques. So this is an image of our chatbot that we developed and how it works, where you log in and you input. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So our implementation, next slide, you fill a pre-intervention questionnaire, log in, interact when needed, and fill our post-intervention questionnaire. Next slide, please. So in the process of this study, we recorded the highest entries of about 12 entries in one day. Every user that logged in interacted with the chatbot at least once, and the users interacted with the chatbot as high as 2 times and as low as 2 times and as high as 40 times. Next slide, please. So on our efficacy and feasibility results, we had the next slide. Next slide. We enrolled 45 people on our WhatsApp group. However, only 24 consented to start this study, and only 20% of the 24 that consented filled the post-intervention questionnaire. Also, half of these 24 respondents had never used AI tools before, and most of our intervention respondents were from the preclinical class. This is why we could not make inferential statistics, as there was a 79% attrition rate, as only 20% of the participants could answer the post-intervention questionnaire. So what were the limitations we observed? Electricity was the major limitation, as during the course of our study, there was epileptic power supply, especially from the clinical class and the clinical arm of our study, as most of our participants came from the preclinical arm. Because of this epileptic power supply and other technical issues, our team of 6 was grossly inadequate to handle all the logistical and technical troubleshooting, and thus the free AI agent was used in the launching of this chatbot, and this caused for structural problems as well. We learned in this time of discharge that the prospect of anonymity and stress mitigation is not enough incentive for participants to follow through with this study. We need to increase our time of research to match up with the reality of our social demographic constraints. And there is also space for our intervention, as our exploratory efficacy study shows that there was an improvement in the anxiety and depression scores of the people who filled our post-intervention questionnaire. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, judges. My name is Oyo Henry, and here with me is Chisom Oba, and we'll be presenting our project for the Neuroscience A. So I present to you the Brain Legacy Project, and this is our outline. Next slide, please. So have you ever wondered how people explain memory loss, seizures, and unusual behaviors before modern neuroscience? How do we know today that conditions like Alzheimer's, dementia, and disorders of the brain are disorders of the brain? And even brain diseases, if many brain diseases cannot be fully understood during life, when and how can we get answers? Just to put this into context, right before now, taking it back memory lane, people used to think that epilepsy is a disease that is not a disease, rather it is something that is a demonic curse on people, and they stigmatize these people a lot, and even in psychiatry. But with brain donation, science have actually progressed to show that these are actually brain diseases. So next slide. Postmortem, please take it back. Postmortem brain tissue is the gold standard for diagnosing neurodegenerative diseases such as Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. African has exceptionally genetic diversity, yet remains severely underrepresented in global neuroscience data sets. Please. Now, the significance of this study, like I mentioned, research in neuroscience, especially brain disorders, is still ongoing. However, there are several challenges that have halted the advancement of neuroscience. Africa's neuroscience future is limited not only by funding and infrastructure, but by the scarcity of donated brains and absence of evidence-based strategy to increase donation. And around it, you can see some of the attributed factors that have actually led to the installment of the advancements in neuroscience. So here are the research questions that our projects we carried out tend to answer: to know the proportion of Nigerian population willing to donate, the socio-demographic factors that influence, the barriers and facilitators that shape willingness to donate, and evidence-based recommendation that can be developed from this study. So I'll pass it on to my colleague.
Help me. So we conducted a research to study brain donation awareness and inclination among University of Ibadan students. Our study design is a cross-sectional study, and our study population included undergraduate and postgraduate students across 18 faculties of the University of Ibadan. We used a stratified random sampling technique, and our analysis was done using SPSS and R. Next slide, please. So out of the 303 respondents, only about half of our respondents had previously heard about brain donation, and only about 17.5% explicitly stated that they will be willing to donate brains for research after death. Now, in assessing the brain donation willingness across the various faculties, we saw that there was almost no difference in brain donation inclination between medical and non-medical faculties. One of the key determinants of brain donation inclination, according to our research, is religion. Willingness to donate brain was twice as high among Christians compared with Muslims. Next slide, please. Now, some of the key barriers, according to our research, include lack of awareness and fear of disfigurement after death. Some of the potential facilitators and intervention impacts include ethical handling, increased awareness, and increased family support and religious support. Now, this study showed that personal belief systems hold more weight than academic or social environments in brain donation awareness and in brain donation inclination.
Thank you very much. So our innovative idea is the brain legacy. From awareness to legacy, engaging communities and students to transform the future of brain research. Next slide. So our approach follows the brain flow work, building trust through faith and community leaders, reaching families and encouraging conversations before decisions are needed, activate communities using ambassadors, school and primary healthcare, inform through cultural appropriate education in local languages and accessible formats, normalizing brain donation by embedding it in education, healthcare, and community life. Next slide. So the phase one is we are creating a website where people can actually access information to brain donation, and then we have creation of posters that are going to be placed at strategic locations to actually inform people why it is important to donate the brain. Student representative and social media campaigns. Next slide, please. So just like I've mentioned, we plan in moving forward expert talks and seminars, competitive advocacy using essay, and next, please. Okay, we plan to evaluate. Next. Yeah, our budget, we have a budget for all of this because we plan to scale to Nigeria and Africa at large. And these are the expected challenges. Okay, next. The potential solutions. Next. Thank you very much. And
right, standing on already existing protocols, my name is Blessed Olaomo, and together with my colleague Fawaz Bello, we'll be on behalf of the Cardiovascular Health B Journal Club presenting a project we've been working on over the past couple of months, HyperSense, an AI-powered hypertension risk screening tool for West Africans. So our supervising consultant is Dr. Oluwatosin of the Community Medicine Department. So before we go into how HyperSense works, a background. As we all know, hypertension is a major public health challenge in West Africa. According to a study by Nwako et al. In 2025, 1 in 3 adults in West Africa live with hypertension. And to make it worse, according to studies, approximately 73% of those living with hypertension are not even aware of their condition. Why is this? We see that even people that know about the danger of hypertension, most people don't even check their blood pressure regularly. And there are people, of course, who do not have access to professional help, people who can advise them and interpret their results for them. So, which is why screening tools exist. However, we notice that most screening tools that exist are usually not adapted to the African context. They are usually built using either European or American data sets, which is a gap we are looking to fill. So with Hypersense, we built this model using solely West African data sets. So here is how Hypersense works, because we have a working model already. So you input some simple non-invasive health parameters such as BMI, you can see the height and weight, tobacco use, age, etc., and you get a screening score. And you're also categorized into either high risk or low risk for developing hypertension. You get an explanation for why and a clear recommendation. So let's say you have a high risk. You also get the parameters that contributed the most to that high risk. As you can see here, BMI contributed to the most to this high risk. And you also get recommended next steps. So I'll be handing over to the next presenter.
Okay, so how did we build Hypersense? So because our major focus is on West African, so we had to look for West African specific data sets. And we went to the demographic health survey by the USAID and noticed that only Ghana in 2014 and Benin in 2017-2018 collected blood pressure data. So we got the data sets, we requested and got access to them. We harmonized unified variables across both national surveys, created our target variable using the 140/90 threshold, and then trained our XGBoost classifier model using the cleaned data set. And then also we added a component of explainability so that each prediction has a reason why you have that score. Then we deployed it so it's publicly available for everyone to use. So how does it perform in our lab and in the real world? So we focus on two metrics, ROC, AUC, and sensitivity. This 0.792 means that it has a strong performance in discriminating between higher risk and lower risk categories. And then the sensitivity is because this is a screening tool. We want to ensure that as many true hypertensives as possible are detected, and we want to reduce the false negatives as much as possible. But then when we carried out a pilot survey in about 50 study participants, 98% of them told us that they found the tool easy to use. 94% said that the personalized explanation given to them made sense. 96% said they would recommend it to others for use. And then 60% told us that the tool has prompted them to go for blood pressure checkup. So what are the limitations and strengths of this tool that we have built? First of all, this is a screening tool, not a diagnostic tool. Number two, this current model is limited to features or variables that are available in the data set that we got. For instance, we don't have family history of hypertension, we don't have physical activity and salt intake levels. And most importantly, this requires a larger scale validation study before it can be publicly deployed for use. And then what are the strengths? Number one is that it flags hypertension risk before the symptoms appear. Number two is that it encourages timely blood pressure monitoring. And most importantly, this was built solely using West African population data. So it is for West Africans. And then so what is the next thing for us for Hypersense? Number one is that our next immediate step is to get Nigerian data. We're already in the process of getting this. We're in talks with people that will give us access already. We're also planning to expand to as many of the about 15 West African countries as possible. And as more data we get, and our model is going to improve as we get more specific representative data. And as our diversity increases, we also plan to integrate multilingual support. So, but for now, Hypersense is live. And people don't have to wait till we get the perfect data before they know that they should get checked. So today I invite you to join us on this journey so together we can catch this silent disease before it speaks. Thank you. And you can try. So you can try it out at hypersense.streamlist.app. Thank you.
Wow. That was about 8 clubs with such outstanding innovations. I mean, I think we said it yesterday that for an organization that has just existed for 7 years, CRE has done a lot. I mean, and it's not just talk, it's not just something that ends, at the student phase. We're seeing innovations that are affecting communities and affecting lives. Shortly, we will be taking comments and reviews from the judges. We will not be taking the results now, we'll be taking them much later, but we'll be taking comments and reviews from the judges. But while we wait for that, we'll be hearing from the Sub-Dean of Clinical Sciences, Mar. If you've ever had to apply for a scholarship, an opportunity, you very likely disturbed her, and I'm sure you can testify that she always shows up. I remember when the Faculty of Clinical Sciences got to the finals of Jaw Wars, we looked out into the audience, and right there, our sub-dean and dean were there. It was so encouraging. And now in her habit, in keeping with her character of supporting clinical students, she is here today. So ladies and gentlemen, with a rousing ovation, let's welcome Dr. Bosede Adebayo.
Thank you everyone. I didn't plan to to be here. I had to quickly send for a jacket. It is so good to be here. Yesterday, I was supposed to be here. I apologize for not being here. And so during the grand round yesterday in pediatrics, I told the people present, I said, please take my apology to Cree that, look at me. I had a meeting in the morning. I wanted somebody standing for me, blah, blah, blah. I'm here at 3. Now I have to be in another meeting at this time. And they said, Ma, it's still continuing today. So I said, I will show up, which is what we are asking our students to do. Just show up. Show up. Honestly, the short time I've been here, I told myself again that Ibadan has the peak of the pack. I have no doubt whatsoever that we are the best. Each presentation that I have listened to, just in this my short time of being here, shows me that we have definitely not just the best minds, but we have every capacity to make things work. And I look at each and every one of you because I know that whatever they've presented is not the work of one person. It's not the work of two people. It's a combination of several minds, several brains, what is called a team. The fact that you are able to function in teams to produce this caliber of work tells me that you have no limit. Wherever you go, there is no limit. I know that, yes, everybody is looking at, oh, I'm going to write this, I'm going to go there, I'm going to go there. No problem. No problem. When we were in medical school, Professor Asinobi, that some of you will know, used to tell us as far back as then that you are being trained for export. That is our aim. That is the aim of everyone that teaches you. But I want to make an appeal. And that appeal is what Mr. Mong had said. Somehow I try. I don't always show up, but I try. I want to appeal to you. Remember that for you to be able to show what you have in you, you must get that MBBS. And for you to get that MBBS, there are things that have been stipulated. And most of those things are based on showing up in clinical school. Several times we've had to defend you, even in places that you don't know about, oh, they're going to show up, they're going to come. And at times you have fallen our hands. I want to plead. Stop falling our hands. Show up. Show up on your ward rounds. Show up in theater. Show up in the emergency room. All those places are where you see reasons why some of these things have to happen. Unfortunately, today, in this my short seat, I've not seen anything for pediatrics. So. Is it because I came late? No. You see now. You see now. When you show up in all these places, you will see these wide gaps that exist that you have been equipped to fill. I appreciate everyone on the high table. My dear Dr. Adeshola, I cite you. Good to see you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Maz and Saz.
Wow. Thank you so much, ma. Thank you so much, ma. So that's a bonus for you. Show up. Okay, so right about now, we'll be taking comments from the judges. I'd like to start with Dr. Adeni Adeshola.
All right. Please, can we give a round of applause to all the presenters and all the journal clubs represented? Yeah. I want to believe that a lot of work has gone into this presentation for journal clubs for us to have representatives standing here and presenting on behalf of their journal clubs. That is a testament to rigorous work of many weeks. A few things I noted during the course of the presentation. First of all, I noticed that for all the presenters, they were able to grant their work in local context for majority of them, if not all. Where I have the major problem is in the area of scalability and risk mitigation. I think I would say that on my own hand, from my own point of view, just 3 journal clubs, 3 or 4 were able to satisfy the scalability and risk mitigation. They were able to talk about it thoroughly. For majority of the other journal clubs, they were just able to touch it just in little bit. And you can't talk about innovation. You can't talk about innovation without talking about how you intend to scale it and how you intend to go around the risk that comes with your innovation. Then I also noticed that for journal clubs that started with, you have just 5 minutes to present. So for those who started with talking about problem statements or maybe sharing a story, rather, I'm talking about those who shared a story, I noticed they were not able to finish their presentation. So I think context matters a lot. So if you have just 5 minutes to present, I think it's better to just go straight to the point rather than trying to share stories and then eventually you're unable to hit the nail on the head where the judges are actually looking forward to. So just to talk about the scalability, please, it's very important to talk about scalability. How do you intend to scale what you've done? I noticed that majority of the journal clubs were able to take preliminary data, but beyond that preliminary data, what goes on from there? Then for the risk mitigation as well, risk mitigation talks about how do you intend, that also talks about how the level of foresight that you have, how are you able to foresee the problem that you eventually face during the course of executing your project, and how do you intend to solve those problems? So I think these are just a few things that I think the journal clubs should talk about. I don't think I want to make mention of the problem of each journal club, but those are just general overview from my own end. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adeshola. I mean, whether or not you presented today, I'm sure there are a lot of things you could take away from that presentation. Would like to hear from Dr. Makondrola, sir.
Can I sit or do I have to stand?
Anyhow, it's fine, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and I'd like to thank you guys for inviting me and recognize the presence of my senior colleagues and colleagues on the high table. So I think it's been a very interesting afternoon for me personally. I didn't quite realize or understand what innovation tank meant until I think it was Miracle that said Shark Tank. So I'm like, well, I don't know whether you guys are expecting funding from members of the high table, but in any case, I think those who presented have presented excellent ideas, and I have to give particular props to those who were able to collect some preliminary data. I think you guys did well. And these are all, like important areas, from the mental health to neurorehabilitation to hypertension, and very important aspects of clinical medicine that have public health impact. So that, kudos to everyone. And one common trend was that there was a lot of AI tech influence or prominence in the methods. So that's also at least forward-looking. So that's important as well. Well, I will, unlike the previous speaker, just make a few points about the individual, the ones I can remember. So for instance, with Safe Space, one of the things that was said was that this will be peer-led. But, the presentation didn't kind of stress that peer-led aspect. It was more of the chatbots or Telegram, and the same thing for the psychiatric group as well. There was a lot of focus in the introduction on peer involvement. But during the methodology, it was mostly the AI chatbot aspects that came out. So maybe you want to look into that as well. Like he also mentioned, a number of people weren't able to present some of the key aspects, because of time. So that's, like you said, you should be aware of that generally speaking, just as Dr. J.K. Ladipo used to say to us in medical school, KISS, keep it short and simple. Keep it short and simple. Always remember, keep it short and simple. For the Hypersense team, I think I was very impressed by the fact that at least they have the app that is live already. And although I haven't checked whether it actually works or not. I'm assuming it does work, okay? But the key thing I kind of took from their presentation is that I didn't quite get what their definition of risk was. Like, risk of what exactly are we talking about when you said high risk, low risk? And then I think one of the presenters noted that they were missing key data points that are important in hypertension risk and hypertension effects, family history, salt intake, things like that. So, in developing the model further, those are definitely things that you should keep at the back of your mind. But overall, like I started with, I think everybody had excellent ideas. Everybody has excellent solutions, but do not let your work stagnate at the point of ideas and proposed solutions. Actually put in the work to get the results that you desire so that you can have the impact you desire. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Makonjola. That was really insightful. Remember, keep it short and thank you so much, sir. And I would like to hear from Dr. Omobawalima.
Good afternoon, everyone. Wonderful presentations all through. I must say that I think I want to add my voice to the voice of the sub-dean to say that we have the best of the best. And I think you guys deserve a round of applause. Beautiful presentations, creative and innovative. And I would also like to join Dr. Makonjola to say that don't let it stop here. Please make sure you take it further. Refine these ideas further. Pitch them on global stages. Compete for funds. I can already see that some of these ideas stand good chances of being funded, both by regional funders and international funders. So again, you deserve a round of applause to all the groups. I noticed there's an over or an exaggerated direction towards AI and tech things. And did anybody notice that? Or am I the only one? Almost all the groups wanted to do something using either chatbots, digital, Telegram, and stuff. And I mean, it's good. But as a community physician, I'm sorry, my reflexivity and bias will come in here. There's a lot of inequity that is being propagated by majority of these presentations. And each time, each innovation group comes forward, I'm hoping that, let me see whether something will be done, that will cut across that other group. Remember, Professor Fatusi talked about the triple burden, and the triple burden actually affects the largest group of our population. And I keep on seeing that equity, that inequity, widening with each innovation. I'm like, okay, so what happens to that person who is not a medical student, who is a young person, who also may have anxiety, who is not educated, who is that, that market woman on the street? and things like that. And so when Hypersense came forward, again, that digital part is there. And I'm like, okay. By the way, I checked the link. Hypersense team. I'm sorry, it took me somewhere else. It took me to one gallbladder, something. Maybe you're working together with them. But not to worry. Okay, so maybe there's something with the link. Share the link with me later on. Yeah, so just to speak generally about the presentation, I noticed that quite a number of the presenters were just reading the slides as if they are newscasters. Some of them actually even had to face the slides and were just reading. A few had their own notes in front of them. Actually, what should happen is we should have had maybe another screen or a display right here so that they can face forward and speak to their slides. But what I'm trying to say is there's a room for improvement on our presentation skills and how we own our slides and our presentation and the things we say, okay? So you don't have to read everything on the slides. That's why many of the people that try to read everything actually ended up not using, the time wisely, the 5 minutes. So see it as that elevator speech where you see a policymaker and you have only 1 minute to talk about the most important thing to you. You won't start telling stories that don't matter. You will hit the nail on the head like Dr. Adeshola said. Again, I also noticed that maybe they didn't tell you that you had 5 minutes because all of you had slides that could actually be taken in 30 minutes to 45 minutes. I could see some of you, racing through the slides, and there's some very interesting pictures, but you didn't have time to talk about them. So again, maybe there was a communication gap, and they didn't know that they had only 5 minutes. But in all, you all did very well, and I'm looking forward to where you're going to go with all these ideas. Congratulations, everyone.
Thank you so much, Ma. So insightful. Innovation has to be contextual, to our setting. And finally, we'll be taking comments from Dr. Olopade.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so happy. I'm happy to be here. Happy to see you guys really going on with what you have started with from preclinicals. The first thing I would like to say is what Dr. Omobadawale said, and that's that almost all of you had too many slides. So one of the things that we teach, if you have 10 minutes, you make tops 15 slides, better 10 slides. And then the more pictures, the better. And I don't know how many of you noticed Professor Fatusi's lecture. Did you see the way he slide? There were lots of pictures, there were cartoons, things. So when you want to do it, it's much better that way. But that means that you must have a grasp of what you want to speak about. But really, I'm very impressed because with each presentation, there was a unique local flavor to the particular problem, and almost everybody brought out the problem. The problem now came when it was, the solutions and how scalability and so on. But I am very glad that this research culture as well as innovation culture has gone very far. Actually, I am happy about this marriage between medicine and AI. Yes, we have a gap, but we also need to move forward. So I think both have to go hand in hand. I agree with Dr. Omobadawale, but also I think because that's where the world is going. So that marriage between is important, but we just must have it in mind that we do not leave behind the people who are living, we do not leave too many people behind, one, and then two, we also have to reach out to that, because if you decide there's a problem, if you have chosen a particular problem, yes, you can. There should also be the consideration for those that may be left behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ma. Arouse innovation for our judges. I think something very important that Dr. Ologbade said is the idea of moving forward without leaving anybody behind. So as much as we want to move into the future, we have to be conscious of the fact that there are a lot of people who are still way behind. Thank you so much, Maz. Thank you so much, Saz, for your contributions. Okay, so your scores are there for the journal clubs. We'll be hearing them later. But who thinks their team won, like based on the presentation? If you know, you are sure that your club won, just shout the name. Nobody's winning. Everybody's just at the same, just on the same. I was saying everything together. But we'll find out much later. Now we'll be going to a very, very important session. And I've been looking forward to these sessions for two reasons. The first is that, we've been saying that the world is becoming a digital village for a while now. And if we're becoming a digital village, then it's important that we understand how to be citizens in this village. But the second reason I'm excited is because the person who will be taking this session is from the platinum sponsors of this event. And if you do not understand what that means, it means that they gave us a sizable amount of money. And because it is from that money that they are paying me to do this work I am doing here, I am particularly excited about this session. So please, a round of applause. We'd like to say thank you to the Digital Transformations for Health Lab. The African Director for Partnerships was with us yesterday, Dr. Enos Stevens George. He spoke virtually. And today they've sent us another representative who will be speaking on digital citizenship for health, Ms. Rachel Ogundipe. Please, man, can stand while I read your citation. Ms. Rachel Ogundipe is a public health professional and research consultant dedicated to advancing SDG 3 and promoting universal health coverage. She previously served as a research fellow at DTH Lab, that's a Digital Transformation for Health Lab, and she currently serves as a healthcare scientist at the Turi Research Institute, where she leads and supports the evaluation of public health programs serving racially disadvantaged communities in Massachusetts, United States. As one of the African CDC Youth Digital Health Champions, she is committed to advancing the use of digital technologies to address public health challenges and improve access to care. Ladies and gentlemen, with a rousing ovation, Ms. Rachel Ogundipe. Welcome, ma. Please clap so that they will pay me my full money. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rachel, like you said, and thank you. Thank you so much for having me. So it's going to be really short slide. Well, I told him that I wanted it to be interactive. I told the president I wanted it to be interactive. So please, if I'm going to ask a question, do we all have mobile phones? Do we all have access to internet? That's the importance of digital health, because I think I heard Doctor mention that, we don't see the importance of digital in health. And she also mentioned, I think we can use digital and we can use health. I think, based on what Eno said yesterday, in some situations, digital is not the solution. But among young people, we all have phones, we all have internet. We can at least try to make digital the solution to some extent. So this is why we're going to be introducing digital citizenship for health. But first, let me start with DTH Lab. What does DTH Lab do? Because I know you might be wondering, what do we do at DTH Lab? DTH Lab is a global consortium. We do research, policy, sit down with policymakers, review policies. We also do partnership, we partner with different organizations, and also at the center of everything that DTH Lab does is young people. We are trying to make sure that young people are the future, young people have access to all the things that we do in health. Young people have access to it, and young people can contribute to it. These are some of the areas of work. We work in digital first health system, data and governance, like Eno said yesterday, digital determinants of health, and the one I'm going to speak on today is digital citizenship for health. Are we all familiar with digital literacy? We are doctors, so I'm not a doctor, but everyone here should be. in medical line. We know digital literacy to some extent. We know health literacy. We know civic literacy. And then people are already teaching us, there should be digital citizenship. Does anyone have an idea of what digital citizenship is? Anybody? Please, I said we should interact. Does anyone have an idea? My sister in hijab, blue. Like, apart from the slide, from your point of view, what do you think digital citizenship is? Sorry, can someone get a mic?
The ability to use technology, like to function in society and to participate in society.
We are familiar with Twitter. Has anybody been bullied on Twitter before? Or any social account, or any social media? A lot of us are familiar with digital instruments. We know how to come online. But then, do you know how to stand up for yourself when you're online? Do you know how to report maybe somebody is bullying you, or there's a miscommunication, or somebody is posting something that is AI, or someone is posting something that is insulting? Do you know how to, this is what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to report the person. I'm supposed to block the person. I'm supposed to make sure that other people don't get to see this account. That is what we talk about when we're talking about digital citizenship, because you're taking ownership. You are there and you're taking ownership. But then there is, digital citizenship is like a very common thing. Like, people are trying to push it, let it move, let people be aware, this, that. But then there is the health aspect in digital citizenship or digital literacy. There's the health literacy aspect, which is where digital citizenship for health comes in. Because a lot of people have talked about mental health. Most people, based on research, just being online is the reason why they have mental health issues. Maybe they are seeing somebody who is looking skinnier, or somebody who is looking like, in some, their research on body image and body image issues, their research on depression, their research on, I don't have enough people to talk to. Even as little as not having enough followers is enough reason for somebody to be like, I'm depressed, or I'm sad, or something. So what digital citizenship is trying to do is to introduce, what digital citizenship for health is trying to do is to introduce the health aspect and improving or building the competency of young people to understand digital health and civic literacy. So this is the new framework introducing health in digital citizenship. And this was based on the research that was done by the Lancet and Financial Times Commission. So we have also, at DTH Lab, we've done several studies on why, on existing platforms and the absence of, the lack of integration of digital health and civic literacy in these platforms. So during the research, we identified that despite the fact that there are several studies, we identified 38 platforms. Sorry, despite the fact that there are several platforms, which we identified 38 platforms, only 16 we're talking about civic literacy, 16 we're also talking about health literacy, and 17 on digital literacy. But then we try to look for platforms that actually integrate these three forms of literacy, and I think we only found three platforms that actually integrated digital literacy, health literacy, and civic literacy. So this is one of the platforms. This is DCRP. DCRP has several languages, up to 35 languages. These are the topics that you can learn when you have access to DCRP. Like, they teach context, data, digital economy, digital literacy. But if you are going to look at this, and this is something that was done by an organization of Harvard. If you're going to look at this, the health aspect was just one, which is safety and well-being. And even if you go on the platform, you are not really going to see something on maybe mental health or something particularly related to health. They are just very on the surface things. Then this is another platform. This is Better Internet for Kids. This one was done by the European Union, or it was funded by the European Union. And they actually have things on digital, I think, health to some extent. I'm not sure if you can see what's on the screen. Sorry, I use glasses, so I barely see as well. But I think there's sextortion there. You know, when they're extorting you online for sexual content, they teach on these things. But then I think this platform lacks context on civic literacy. So there's this gap in existing platforms where they just focus on health literacy, or some focus on digital literacy or thereabouts, without integrating these three forms of literacy, despite the fact that all three are important. So from all the work that DTH Lab has done, the plan is to build a platform that integrates all three forms of literacy going forward and make sure that it is user-centered and it is designed for the people that it is intended for, which is young people. So some of the activity, and one question that I would like to ask anyone, if you could add only three features to a digital citizenship for health platform, what would they be? I mean, from the list here, if you could add 3. Because the point is for it to be interactive, for young people to be on it, for it to be useful. And it's not just another tool that is maybe being abandoned or something. So if you could add 3 that you think, oh, okay, I think these are really 3 really important features that a platform should have so that the people that it was built for can actually use it. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. So I think I would select the discussion forum, resource library, and maybe games and quizzes.
Okay, can you pick one and tell me why you think that one is really important?
Okay,
Like,
so
of the 3.
I can actually do it for the 3, yeah, but I think discussion forum, because it allows for socialization, and being that we are social beings, it basically mirrors what we have in reality and translates it to the digital platform that we are looking to create.
Thank you so much. I'm going to add another thing to that. In a discussion forum, I think one of the speakers here said, digital is what takes something from local to international. So when you have a discussion forum, you don't just have Nigerians there. I mean, you know Nigeria, you know LMIC, you know the problems, but then there's somebody else, maybe in Europe, maybe in US, that knows the problem differently from how you know it. And then you can talk about it, you can discuss, you can share your opinion, you can argue, you can meet people. That's one of why I think, a discussion forum is really important. Please, somebody else, a female. She.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
I would think discussion forum, experts, Q&A, and a resource library. Those would be important. Then for the most important ones, I would think an expert Q&A would be very important, because in that way, maybe access to the resource library, the layman may not be able to interpret it so easily. So an expert would be able to bring it down to their level.
Thank you so much. Okay, something that I forgot to say that she actually mentioned, most of these platforms are actually like a repository. So they just have resource libraries, but then there are things there that you can't even maybe interact with or speak to people about or share or ask questions. So they're just there, like things that you can literally find online. So, which is really important, which I think what she said was really important. Having an expert that you can ask questions. I saw this, what do you think about it? Is also one of the features that should be on a platform. So, activity, please, if you can help me with your phones, it's just 3 questions. There's going to be a QR code, you can scan it. Yeah, so I'm supposed to present from my laptop. Okay, because I think because I sent it, it's not actually showing. It's supposed to be interactive, where I ask questions and it comes up. Okay, maybe we'll just do this the way we... No, that's not possible, I'm sorry. How do we do it?
Is it live?
Yeah, it's like. I don't think we'll be able to do the last aspect. I thought I'll be able to share my screen from my laptop because it's supposed to be like a live activity. No, they are the last three. I think that's it. So, nevertheless, thank you so much for having me and listening to my presentation. If you have questions, I can take questions.
Thank you so much, Rachel, for that amazing session. We'd now like to take questions for her. So if you have questions for her, please step forward. Take a few questions. Oh, okay, so you can just pass it. If you have a question, you can just signify. Okay.
All right. Hi. Thank you very much for your presentation. So
sorry. Before you start, just so that it's not rowdy, you can just step forward. If you have a question, so that we're sure, so that we don't have to be moving the mic up and down. You can just step forward, but you can ask yours. No, you can ask yours from there. Then the others step forward.
All right. Thank you very much for the presentation. I think from what we've learned today, we've seen just how, in as much as we're trying to intervene and make the world a better place using technology, we still have to tailor, we still have to like find some in-person type of interventions, but we all still agree that technology is the future. So I wanted to get your perspective on digital innovations themselves. So two things tend to occur around digital innovations. One, privacy, and can you hear me? Yes, so privacy. Basically, people being scared about their data.
Okay, privacy.
Yes, data security, data privacy, and all. So I wanted to ask, what's your perspective on that, and what are some measures that innovators should include when creating ideas around that? Then secondly, what are some safety measures? Because when you put a platform and you allow the public to interact with it, especially with something as sensitive as health, where you don't just want people to take information without there being some regulation. So from your perspective, what do you think are some measures that health innovators can put in place to ensure that this information don't get misinterpreted or misused by users? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me quickly answer. Have we ever interacted with like a digital platform and they told you to agree to something? You don't just create something without backing it up legally. So if I don't read it, honestly, I won't lie, I don't read it. I just scroll and I just click agree. But then that is something that secures you. And when you know that, oh, if this person uses it wrongly, you can sue their ass. Because you agreed to something, I mean, reading it before you agree anyway, but then you agreed to something and they're actually owning up to their hand. But then you also talk about the part of privacy, which is one of the things that I think I should have talked about, or maybe I talked about when we were doing this platform, because some of these platforms that we reviewed, they don't have a way that you can have a personalized account. So if I cannot personalize your website to my, like to creating an account, having a login, securing the login, I can even go the extra mile to do two-factor authentication to make sure nobody has access to it. So that when I'm asking a question, oh, okay, this is going on with me, how do I solve it? I know that before somebody goes into that account, they have to probably take a code from my email, take a code from my mobile phone, and all those kind of things. So it gives me this sense of, oh, okay, nobody can have access to this account. Like, I can literally ask anything, I can do anything, and I can interact. Then the agreement part also comes on the side of the developer, because you know that you agree to something and they have to own up to their end. So if you're sharing something that is private that I put on your platform, I can sue you and I can get money out of it. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Please, can we get her a mic?
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your presentation. So I just want to confirm. So after we've listened to this presentation, what are the steps we can take right now to get ourselves, improve our digital citizenship right now? What are the things we can do? with this information.
Okay,
Thank you so
thank
much.
you. Sorry, what's your name?
Peace.
Peace. Oh,
Yeah.
thank you, Peace. Well, I think there are a lot of groups now, a lot of small groups, big groups, network. I mean, I think I'm a part of like 2 digital network myself. There is the Africa CDC Youth Network for Digital Health. There is also the one by DTH Lab. If you maybe go on LinkedIn, you can check for My Health Futures. So you check My Health Futures. You also check African CDC Digital Health Network or Youth Digital Health Network. Like, try as much as possible to join digital health networks, and that is how you can maybe have access to information that they are sharing, have access to whatever maybe innovation that they are trying to do, and you can also get involved with it. I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
All the questions. Does anybody else have a question? Okay, a round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Rachel, and thank you to the Digital Transformation for Health Lab. Thank you for your contributions, both in cash and kind, to the success of this event. Another round of applause for her, please. No, that's not for my platinum sponsors. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so right about now, we will be proceeding on a very brief break and poster presentation. So the poster presentation will be happening simultaneously with the break. Okay, so we have about 15-20 minutes for that. Just as we had the break yesterday, we'll be exiting the hall. You can get something to quickly munch on or drink. But simultaneously, within that time, the major thing that will be happening within that time is a poster presentation. How many of us know what a poster is? If you know what a poster is, can I see you wave? Okay, so there are a few people whose hands are not waving. So essentially, people have done research work and they have summarized it into, but you know what the general poster is, a normal poster you see on the road, right? So these are scientific posters. So people have presented their works on posters and they are going to present them during the break. So the posters are out. Okay, so my co-host is going to be talking about the poster presentations. However, during the break, the oral presenters should please meet with the head of programs, Mr. Oyeko Ayomide. If you made an oral presentation, please meet with him during the break. Ms. Abraham will now be introducing the poster presentation.
All right, thank you very much. Just to offer some context on the poster presentations we'll be having today. Ahead of the conference, we made a call for young people, undergraduates, early career researchers in the healthcare sciences who have worked on different on research topics that align with what will be with what the conference has been discussing. We had about 25 submissions from 3 countries. And from those submissions today, we've whittled everything down to 6 people, 3 who will be presenting their posters out there and 3 who will be presenting orally. So I just want you to know that the research you'll be seeing presented today was taken out of a crop of multiple tens of papers submitted from people who have done arduous work over the past year to bring out. So I'm just saying, when you go out to look at the posters, please, it's not the poster you see at the roadside. Right? I mean, I understand Mr. Mong's analogy, but I'm saying that please do not look at it as a poster you see at the roadside. A lot of work has gone into this, a lot of methodological rigor. We had an abstract committee, an internal abstract committee that assessed it. Then we had an external committee of alumni who also went through all of these research papers. So please pay attention to them and all the poster presenters. The posters you'll be seeing out there today, one is on perceived knowledge and barriers to telenursing acceptance among diabetic patients attending medical outpatient departments at the University College Hospital, Ibadan. Another is on scaling surgical care capacity in Nigeria, current practices and innovation in rural surgical workforce development. And another is on a data-driven PHC reform cycle to advance universal health coverage in Nigeria. So those are the posters you'll find out there today, and then we're going to have other presentations, oral presentations in-house. So please engage them, look through their research, ask mindful questions, and we'll be voting for the best posters. That will be coordinated later, but right after 5 minutes before the end of the break, everyone will come inside, and at that time we'll be voting for the best poster of the day. Does everybody understand that? Okay, the link to vote is on the screen. Please scan the QR code now. You can scan the QR code now. It should open about 5 minutes to the end of the break. So please go out there, engage the posters, ask the researchers questions about their work, and please vote for the best poster. May the best poster win.
Presenter, poster win.
All right, thank you very
we're gonna
much.
exit for the break. Please, if you are making an oral presentation after the break, ensure you meet with Mr. Ayomide Oyeko. Thank you so much. You can proceed on break now.
that is going to put an obstruction to the telenursing, and one of the barriers that stand out is network issue. But he also stated the fact that there is the patients have an idea about it, but there's a little acceptance. I actually love the idea generally.
Okay, thank you very much. What's your name, ma?
Charisma.
Charisma. Thank you so much for sharing with us. Who else wants to go? I think I'll start locating people by the eyes of the spirit now. There's a young lady that is just getting settled. She's wearing black and white. She's looking back. She's looking back. So look at me. Look at me. Yes, you see that I'm talking to. Thank you very much. You just came in, so I'm assuming that you probably went through all the posters. You had so much to see. So I wanted to share with us from any of the posters you attended, what you saw, what you learned, something that stood out to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, I did go through most of all the posters, but I was particularly interested in the poster. The presenter of the poster that was talking about scaling surgical workforce in Nigeria, I particularly really enjoyed her presentation. I understood the limitations. We all asked questions. I do not know if there are any other insights you want me to share. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Your name, please. Your name.
My name is Faith. Okay.
Hey, Faith. Thank you very much for sharing. So before we proceed, one of our guests who would later be engaging in a fireside chat with us has just walked in. So please, with an ovation, I'd like us to welcome Dr. Zacchaeus Folarin to the high table. Welcome, sir. Okay, so he will later be engaging in a fireside chat with the moderator on the topic research financing. How many of us know that financing is important for research work? Okay, so he will be talking to us about how to go about financing for research work. I'll take one more input from someone who attended the poster presentation. Does anybody want to share with us? There's a lady wearing the... Okay, someone is signifying. Who is that?
All right, thank you very much. The poster presentation that stood out for me the most is a data-driven PhD reform cycle to advance universal health coverage in Nigeria. The fact that that particular poster begins from patient-centered and even from the local level to the national level and even international level actually makes it exceptional for me. So that's what I want to say.
Thank you very much for sharing. Your name, please. We didn't get your name.
Adeyemi Oluwadunsin.
Thank you very much, Adeyemi, for sharing. I'm sure we learned a lot. I mean, these are just brief takes from different people, but I'm sure we learned a lot from the poster presentations. Okay, so like we all know, we are being hosted here by the College Research and Innovation Hub. And for those of us who were around yesterday, we were told how this hub came to be, how that in 2019, under the auspices of Professor Guinea, students were brought together to form this hub under the aegis of the College Research and Innovation Management Unit. This hub has very strong institutional support, and one way that support comes is through the grand patron of the hub, who is also a member of faculty here in the university, in the person of Professor Rufus Akinyemi. We were supposed to take his keynote address yesterday, but we'll be taking it now. I just want to confirm that he is around. Can someone signify to me if he is around? Can someone from the program simply signify to me if he's around? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so I've been informed that he's around, and so shortly we will be taking his citation and taking his keynote address. He would be speaking to us on topic. Please, a round of applause as he walks in. Thank you so much for joining us. Please a standing ovation for the grand patron of the College Research and Innovation Hub as he walks in. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us, and thank you so much for the support that you provide for the hub and for the students. Okay, so we'll be going straight to his keynote address. And I'd like to invite Professor Rufus Akinyemi to please stand while I read his citation. Professor Rufus Olushola Akinyemi, MBBS, MSc, PhD, MWACP, FMCP, FGBHI, FAS, is one of Africa's foremost physician scientists in neurology, dementia, stroke research, genomics, and health aging. He is internationally recognized for pioneering work that has advanced the understanding of stroke, cognitive impairment, vascular dementia, and the genetic architecture of neurological diseases in African populations. His research has helped place Africa at the forefront of global conversations on precision medicine, brain health, and translational neuroscience. He is a professor of geriatric neurology and translational neuroscience at the Institute for Advanced Medical Research and Training, IAMRAT, College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, Nigeria. He also serves as director of the Biomedical Research Center and has held leadership roles within the Center for Genomic and Precision Medicine. He is also an honorary consultant neurologist at the University College Hospital, Ibadan. His academic journey reflects a commitment to excellence, interdisciplinary scholarship. He obtained his Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree, followed by a master's degree in cell biology and genetics from the University of Ibadan. He then obtained a PhD from the Newcastle University, United Kingdom. He also holds postgraduate fellowships in internal medicine and neurology from both the National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria and the West African College of Physicians. Professor Akinyemi's research focuses on vascular and degenerative brain disorders, particularly on stroke, dementia, and cognitive decline. His work integrates clinical medicine, genomics, epidemiology, molecular biology, and public health through a translational bench-to-bedside community approach. Amongst his notable achievements is his leadership role in major multinational research consortia, including the Stroke Investigative Research and Educational Network SIREN project, the largest genomic study of stroke ever conducted in indigenous African populations. We can clap if we want to. The study generated important discoveries on genetic risk factors for stroke and opened new frontiers for ancestry-specific precision medicine. As a visionary institution builder, Professor Akinyemi played a central role in establishing the African Stroke Organization, ASO, a continent-wide coalition of clinicians, researchers, policymakers, and patient advocates working to reduce the burden of stroke in Africa. He also helped found the African Dementia Consortium, and these initiatives have significantly enhanced Africa's visibility and influence in global neuroscience research. I think that's a good place to clap. As a global respected scholar, Professor Akinyemi has authored more than 250 peer-reviewed scientific publications and is amongst the most highly cited neuroscientists working in Africa today. His research papers appear in leading international journals and have influenced policies, clinical practice, and scientific understanding of neurological diseases worldwide. His outstanding contributions have earned numerous prestigious honors and fellowships. He is a fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Science, FAS, a fellow of the Academy of Medicine Specialties of Nigeria, a fellow of the Global Brain Health Institute, a senior Atlantic Fellow for Equity in Brain Health, and a Pioneer Flair Fellow of the African Academy of Sciences and the Royal Society, United Kingdom. He was also awarded the Nigerian Academy of Science Gold Prize Medal in the Life Sciences for his exceptional scientific contributions. Beyond his remarkable science achievements, Professor Akinyemi is widely admired as a mentor, educator, and advocate for the development of scientific capacity in Africa. Through his leadership, he has trained and inspired numerous clinicians, neuroscientists, public health professionals, and early career researchers who continue to make significant contribution across the continent and beyond. His career exemplifies the transformative power of research, innovation, collaboration, and mentorship in addressing Africa's most pressing health challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, to deliver the keynote address this morning, the grand patron of the College Research and Innovation Hub, Professor Rufus Akinyemi. A standing ovation, please, as he comes up. Welcome, sir.
Can you please sit down? Well, thank you very much. The matter of ceremony. That was already a lecture in itself. And I wondered if there was anything to say afterwards. I thought he was talking about somebody else actually. You know. Let me just say that I love what I do. I am focused, I'm purposeful, and I just do it. But beyond that, I want to encourage and carry others along. I want to walk alongside you so that you can even do a lot better than what I'm doing. That's the summary. So this afternoon, I apologize for just coming. As our president and some member of the leadership do know, we're having an Emirat retreat next week. And I've been asked to chair that committee. I just arose from another long meeting of the planning committee. That's why I haven't been with you all day. Well, I will not proceed without acknowledging my esteemed colleagues who are on the item. Dr. Olopade, Dr. Adeshola Adeniyi. I'm sorry, your name just skipped my mind. Dr. Olofin, yes, thank you very much. And of course, Dr. Makonjala McKay, that's how we call him. My esteemed colleague from neurology, and Dr. Omobowale, community physician, but I know you also have interest in brain health. Thank you very much. So for the next 25 minutes, I'm just going to speak on this topic, achieving the Africa we want through translational health research and innovation. Now, I know this is a little not too different from the theme of our conference this year. We're focusing on advancing research and innovation among undergraduate students for a resilient health system. That's the theme of our conference for this year. But you know, the question is, that is where we want to go. That's the target. But how do we get there? How do we get there? So I'm going to be sharing some thoughts on what I think will be strategies for us to get there. Because the ultimate of improving the health system is about improving the health of every African, so that with the highest quality of life, when we do well, when we're healthy, then the continent can be productive. We can achieve the economic goals of the continent. And as we all know that Africa is a continent of young people. The median age of the more than 1 billion Africa is about less than 20 years. So we're young, energetic. So how do we preserve and maintain the health of the African? so that we can achieve economic independence through what is the role of health research and innovation in getting all this accomplished. I like to do this in every conference platform where I speak. I'm very proud of my roots in Ibadan. So, and again, because of some of our guests from Ondo, from Ife, from Lagos, from other universities around, so I'm doing this to welcome us properly to Ibadan and to come UI. So this is the city of Ibadan, a city of about 4.5 million people, a city where you have the great UI, the first and the best university in Nigeria, and of course, the College of Medicine, which has been the top best medical school in Africa, I think about 2-3 years ago, and I'm sure we're still one of the very best on the continent. The University of Ibadan, as most of us do know, but for our visitors, was established in 1948 and remains by several ranking mechanisms the topmost in Nigeria. We have 30,000 students, and our College of Medicine was the foundation faculty where the university was born. I'm a neuroscientist, so you understand my bias to talk about the founding fathers of neurosciences in Ibadan. Neuroscience research dates back to 1920s and 30s in Nigeria and the 40s. And how many of us have heard of tropical ataxic neuropathy? How many of us have heard about that? Anybody in the audience? Oh my God. Right. This was a disease for which the late professor of neurology, Benjamin Oshutokum, became very famous. Because it kind of demystified the disease, including bench research and clinical trials, through which that disease was actually resolved. But there are 3 great men. Lambo, the first African psychiatrist, then the great Odeku, first African neurosurgeon, and Oshutokum. They were the founding fathers of neurosciences in Ibadan. In 1963, Rockefeller Foundation, through a grant, gave a grant to the Faculty of Medicine. It was through that grant that they started the Department of Neurosciences. Those are the founding fathers. So you can understand the culture of excellence in the neurosciences in Ibadan. It's been there right from the beginning. And that Maki and myself, and those of us who are working very hard to ensure that Dr. Olopade as well, Professor Olopade and Professor James Olopade. So we're struggling very hard to ensure that we maintain that culture of excellence in the neurosciences. And I'm sure people like Tobi Olajide, Boluwatife Adewale, who is now at NIH in the US, we're already, building people in your generation who are already joining us to maintain that culture of excellence in the neurosciences. And Ibadan remains top neurosciences in Nigeria, and I can tell you across the continent, Ibadan remains a leading epicenter of neurosciences research. Talk about stroke, dementia, talk about what's Professor Vanadium, there's neurotoxicology, Professor Olopade and Fumi, the leaders in that space. So we're very proud of our roots, and these are just some areas. I gave a talk on dementia last week at the meeting, so that's why it was highlighted. Now, again, like I said, labels, the last edition of the previous version of the national anthem, as this stanza, the labels of our heroes past shall not be in vain. So for me, that's an inspiring item in that national anthem that inspires what we do so that we can sustain the culture of excellence. Now, the Africa we want. What is the Africa of your dream? What's the Africa of your dream? What do you dream about Africa in the next 40 years, 20, 30, 40, 50 years? I know some of you to Japa, all right? But even when you Japa, don't forget your roots. Make sure you continue to think about Africa. Because when you Japa, by the time you are a teenager or 60, your heart will draw, you want to come back home. That is the experience. Many of our seniors who left in the 80s and 90s, when you talk to many of them, they want to come back home. Maybe save for the insecurity and all that, but many people's hearts desire to be back home. So, what is the African you want, you desire? What's the African you want to leave for your children? The African Union had this vision called Agenda 2063 that was launched in 2019. 2013, 50 years from then. What is the Africa of our dream? That document is available in the public space. Very brilliant vision. One commercial system, one African passport, a network, a real network across all the capital cities of different nations of Africa. So it's a very, very big vision, very, very large vision. But you agree with me that for that vision to be actualized, health is important, isn't it? You must fix health. You need a healthy people in order to be able to drive the pursuit and the actualization of that vision. So I'm saying this to let you know that the theme of our conference for this year is a very, very important theme. Very important theme. And it aligns very, very strongly with the African 2063 vision of a healthy, strong, robust continent in the next not less than 50 years. Now, talking about advancing research and innovation. For me, that is simply talking about transgender science. Because you do research at the bench and you translate to the bedside and to the community through an iterative process. Every research question, every step of the way, you must think about what is new. What new question are you asking? Or what new approach can you use even to answer an old question? So at the end of the day, we are bringing something new to the table. The provost also spoke about this yesterday at the opening ceremony. So if you are going to be able to innovate, then you must think translationally. So that every research question that you raise, that you aim to answer, you must think about how does this benefit the common man on the street? How does it help to improve the health of Africans? So you must think translationally. And when we talk about translational research, science, it's just, it's summarized there. You're turning observations into interventions that can help to move processes forward. And that is an important contribution of digital innovation. As we all know, that is now the in thing. It's a key instrument that helps to improve health. So traditional science, traditional research, they're all essentially talking about very similar things. Now, this is a very reductionistic summary of traditional medicine or traditional science. And I'm sure some of us would have even seen MSc programs in traditional medicine in some foreign universities. It's all about linking the bench with the bedside and with the community. So that even the research we do these days, you find that we don't do research without having a community advisory board, so that we can, together with the community, we can co-create ideas, right? The research ideas, we co-create them by engaging with the community. We sit with community members, we make observations in the community, and we take those questions to the laboratory, and then back, sometimes to the bench, and back to the community, back and forth, so that we can solve problems, including policies and issues that can improve public health. So talk about the transitional cycle. It's a cycle, it's a cyclic process. T1 to T2, T0 to T1 to T2 to T3 is an iterative process, starting with discovery science. So that if you do research at the bench and you discover a new molecule, a new pathway, for instance, it doesn't stop at that. You then go into clinical trials, from phase 1, 2, and 3. And before you go to clinical trials, if you found, for instance, a new pathway, for instance, maybe a new pathway in the pathogenesis of Ebola infection. Now we're talking about designing new drugs. You can either design the drug or you can repurpose old drugs. And for this, you may need computational, and many of you are now savvy, in bioinformatics. And that's a great tool that is used for drug discovery. Drug discovery, you understand pathways. Either you block the pathway or you enhance. Let me give a very good example. In our field, in the field of Alzheimer's disease, for instance, the ApoE4 gene, E4 allele, is the strongest risk factor for late onset Alzheimer's disease. In the work that we are currently doing, one of the things we have found is that there is heterogeneity on the effect size of the ApoE4 allele, on the association between ApoE4 allele and Alzheimer's disease in Africans. We found that there's a stronger odds of developing Alzheimer's disease among West Africans compared to East Africans, meaning that there are possible genetic modifiers that are attenuating the effect of ApoE4 allele on AD on East Africans. So the question is, what are these modifiers? Are they environmental factors? Are they epigenetic factors? Or are they some genetic loci that are interacting with the position of the ApoE4 allele on chromosome 19, causing that attenuation? Discovering that is a potential for drug discovery. You might be able to create a molecule that can mimic that effect and now work in individuals who carry the ApoE4 gene, and then you'll be able to reduce their risk of coming down with Alzheimer's disease in the future. So that when you discover a new mechanism at the bench, you're not just thinking about to discover, you're thinking about how would this get to the common man on the streets. And then when you do trials, you find it's effective maybe in the population, then how do you bring it into public health space through guidelines? All right, guidelines, and it turns out the pharmacopoeia becomes maybe a molecule. After you've established its safety, it becomes something that will be useful to the entire population. And one of the goals of genetic medicine in Africa is we're driving towards a goal that when we discover new drugs from using the African genome, we don't want those discoveries to be only made abroad. We want Africans working in Africa to be at the forefront of making those discoveries. For one reason, so that those drugs can be available, accessible, and affordable for Africans. But if the drug comes from abroad, I can tell you that many Africans will not be able to afford it. So we can see that translational research on medicine, it's a continuum. It's not just, it's a process. So linking that up with the topic of the conference, innovations, health research and innovation is also a continuum. It's a continuum. It's an iterative process. And you hope that as you undertake this process, there will be improvements along the line. Again, just to show the interconnectedness of the different blocks in the translational science spectrum. So from basic science to clinical and ultimately to improve health. But we don't want Africans to be left out of this space. We want Africans to benefit from the improvement of health that will come through translational medicine, because that is an important strategy for us to achieve the Agenda 23, having creating the Africa that we want and the African people that we want. Therefore, I see everybody who sits in this conference, based on what you have heard these 2 days, based on what you have been exposed to, I know that somebody spoke about digital health earlier today. Everything that you have heard in this conference, I believe, should produce some translational scientists from amongst people who are in this audience today, right? So that as you think of the future, think of becoming a translational scientist, so that the research you do, right, are solving problems. Part of it is getting your research products into the marketplace. All right, there's a big financial aspect of innovation, so that if you have a patent, you get into the business space, you can make money out of it. It's part of it. I'm not sure you know that that's what happens in the West. When a laboratory discovers a drug or a new thing in Harvard or in the Silicon Valley, what happens? They create a startup laboratory, and so that they can secure the patent. And of course, the product get into the market space. And that's why you have Silicon Valley or laboratories, some of them are richer than many African nations, so that we protect our intellectual property. Right? We think about, commercializing our research products. Those are some of the things we should also begin to think. And you're not too young to begin to think in that way. Now, how do we cross the valley? Moving from the Africa of today, moving from the Nigeria of today to the Africa that we want. You all agree with me that when you think about how our continent is today and the continent of our dream, there's a huge gulf, true of us. And that's why many of us, I know that our plan A is to japa when we finish medical school or whatever course that we're studying, because things are so tough. All right? So how do we create the African of our dream? Is it just a utopia, or is it possible? That is the focus of my subsequent conversation. I like this slide that's about crossing the valley of death. All right? We can take this as the Africa of today, and this is where we want to be. Well, in between the two areas, there's a huge valley. You can see bones actually at the base of that valley. So how do we cross that bridge? So how do we bridge this huge gap? These challenges that exist, they've been there, they're still there. Infrastructural challenges, institutional challenges, economic challenges. The challenges are numerous. So how do we overcome these challenges so that we can move from here to here? The African Union has also produced a document which I will refer us to. I can't cover it because of our time. There is a strategic plan on health research and innovation strategy for Africa. It's available free online, and I will encourage us to go through that document. It will also enrich our thought and our plans as we think about African for the future. These are just a few strategies that I think will help us to cross that valley of death. Investment in human research capacity building, investment in research environment and infrastructure, sustaining investment and funding, research translation, data science and digital transformation, of course, research equity and effective regulation. They're very, very important. They are important strategies that I think will help to actualize the theme of our conference for this year, advancing health research and innovation towards a resilient health system for Africa. These strategies are very, very important, and I've not been surprised some of the speakers, but I've also mentioned some of these strategies that I've mentioned. To my mind, the first step is to cultivating scientific curiosity. I know that the gentleman who spoke from Dalhousie University, Canada, spoke about this yesterday. The nurse research, the research nurse. The assistant professor from Canada spoke about this yesterday. Curiosity, that thing in you that makes you to ask questions. Very, very important to maintain, cultivate a culture of curiosity. Very important. It drives persistence and discovery. There are times you remember Thomas Edison. It was curiosity that drove him to conduct that experiment many times, up to 100 times, that didn't work until eventually he created the light bulb. That's curiosity that you have. Make sure you don't add anything to kill it. All right? It is what enables you to transform questions into actionable research, and then it may be diversive, can be epistemic or emphatic. So with curiosity, you ask questions. We also engage in very deep learning so that you understand what has done about that question, and what are the questions that remain unanswered. They're there in every field. All right. It also helps us to grow. So you must have a learning and a growing mindset, not just to do research because of money or do research because of get distinction. You want to grow. You want to grow. You want to enlarge and grow your, grow in whatever field that you choose. So curiosity helps us to build skills, and of course, helps you to be persistent in pursuing a particular question. That's why you can see somebody working on a field for 20 years. Many of the people that win Nobel Prizes, they have that mindset. They continue to pursue that question until they unravel things that becomes a change, transformative findings that change the landscape. That's why it's very important for us to invest in research capacity building. So what you are doing, being part of CRE, what you are doing attending this kind of conference, you're investing your time and energy in building your capacity. So these 2 days, you can be sure they're not a waste. The days as you spend participating in journal clubs, teams, you are building your capacity. And I must say you're very fortunate, because when we were in medical school or when we were graduates, we didn't have these sort of opportunities. So it's a great investment. The overall goal is to raise giants and champions that can help to transform Africa that we want. Now, growth, when we talk about growth, we must think about our research capacity building. The individual is very important, and that individual is you. All right? And one of the things you must think about doing, if you really want to build research capacity, beyond your basic degree, you must acquire research training through master's or doctoral training. You must think about that when you finish your current undergraduate course. Even if you decide to specialize as a doctor, for instance, make sure you get a research training, an higher degree. It's very, very important for you to build your capacity. It's also important for us to build a very strong research environment. Very important. And that's why we're very proud of Ibadan. I can say that we have very strong research environments. Basic sciences on the main campus, Professor Lopade's lab. We have IMRAT as a hub. And I'm also proud to tell you that we are investing heavily in the Biomedical Research Center that I lead now. But we have a wet lab space. We have a space for dry lab, bioinformatics. We're trying to build that. And of course, we engage richly with our community to ensure that we could create research ideas with the community. So investment in individuals, research environments are very, very important. And that's why people grow from individual researcher to a laboratory to a center and then to an institute. I've seen that model. As a single researcher, you build your team. Your team grows until you eventually have a center of your own, even an institute that is built around the single research question that they're pursuing. I've seen that a lot, and especially in many centers abroad. So again, individual growth, institutional growth, and of course, the environment is very, very important. So these are levels of growth in building research capacity. And that's why, again, I'm very proud of CREAM. CREAM is already a community of great individuals. Many thanks, and I want to celebrate Professor Adeshola Ogunniyi, the founding father of CREAM. Let's appreciate him. CREAM was born as baby on 11th of April 2019, and CREAM has already achieved and is achieving a lot. But I can tell you, we have not yet started. CREAM is going places because everybody who passes through CREAM, our goal is to make you a giant, so that wherever you find yourself after you go through CREAM, you are going to change the landscape. You're going to be a transformating, an agent of transformation in every space where you find yourself. Now, I want to again emphasize a culture of excellence. In CREAM, we are building a research culture, but it's a culture of excellence. As I told you, a culture of excellence that was built by the founding fathers of neurosciences in Ibadan about 60 years ago, has continued to propel what we are doing in the neurosciences. That is the same thing we are building in CREAM, a culture of excellence, so that wherever you go, you become an agent of transformation. That's the vision that people like Oshitokun had, the same vision that we have. I want us to be couriers of that vision, wherever you find yourself in the nearest future. Funding is very important for research, as some of you already know. And I'm proud of many of you guys who are already winning grants. And I hope you will teach me the strategy of winning grants. I saw him, the house officer in Nondo. Yeah, real one. He's a grant winner. Tobelajide wrote a grant that brought in the Neuroscience Next Conference last year. So we have there are several others. I just mentioned those two, but there are several others. Even as undergraduates already winning grants. We're very proud of you. And hope you come and teach us some of the strategies. All right. So they can win. You also can win grants. And I can tell you that money is very, very important to be able to do grants, do important research that can change the landscape. In Ibadan, this is just an example of our stroke-funded research projects. They're all funded in our stroke research team. So you can see the records. This is not all, actually. There are a few additional newer grants that I have not listed on that table. I'm just trying to show us that you need consistent and sustainable funding to be able to do good research that can be transformative and make impact. Right? In the space of dementia research, these are some of the very important grants that were won. Ibadan Police project lasted 20 years, consistent funding. And that's why it remains a landmark across across the continent and even globally. And we're built on that foundation, bringing a bunch of some new grants, and the goal is to take the study to the next level. So that our goal is to be able to understand the biology of these diseases in Africans, so that we can find solutions, find drugs that can help our people. The time has come for solutions to arise from Africa for Africa. We shouldn't think only about importing solutions from abroad, because you have what it takes. You have what it takes to get those solutions, but we need funding to be able to accomplish that. Now, brain health is very important. So please, sorry, I'm speaking as a neuroscientist, so please take care of your brain. Brain health is very, very important. Take care of your brain, because it is through your brain that you generate research ideas, isn't it? Research ideas, innovations, everything comes from the brain. So take very good care of your brain, right? And there's also a move across the continent, strengthening brain health and economic resilience. And I'm showing that slide to show you that there's a very strong connection between economic progress and research and brain health. All right, they're strongly connected. And we have an African task force that are working on this, working with other African leaders, to promote brain health across the continent, and for the purpose of economic renaissance and resilience, for all Africans. Now, the power of working together is also very, very important. How many of us have heard about the principle of Ubuntu, the Ubuntu principle? All right. The principle is, I am because we are. All right? A house divided against itself cannot stand. The story you see here was actually a story that somebody told. An anthropologist went to a village, gathered children together, and then brought a basket of fruits and put it under a tree and told the children, the first person to get to the basket of fruit will be the owner of the basket. What did these children do? What did they do? The children, rather than running a rat race, so we know who is going to be the first person to get to the basket, what did they do? All of them held their hands, and they all moved towards the basket together. So that when they got to the basket together, it wasn't just one person that was the winner. They were all of them together were the winner. The man asked them, why did you guys, why did you do this? They told the man that I am because we are. In other words, our common goal, our working together produces greater results than what I can achieve alone. And that's why somebody said, together, everybody achieves more. So it's very important to work together. Think of how we can win together. Not just one person winning the trophy and others, but working together. And that's why in CREAM, we have different working groups, different journal clubs. That is the way to go. Even these days, everybody talks about team science. That's why you read papers in Nature. The biggest paper that enter Nature are papers of not one author, sometimes hundreds of authors, so far 1,000 authors. Most of the papers in Lancet, that's the way it is. And that is the way to go. So let's cultivate the habit of working to become a giant Iroko tree. Every relationship you have is a seed. Your relationship with your mentor is a seed. Please water it. Water it. Water it. The small study research we'll do as an undergraduate is a seed. Those publications you are generating as members of CRE, they're all a seed. Don't underestimate their power. Because those publications, they're going to open doors for you. By the time you are looking for placement in Harvard or Johns Hopkins so please, every opportunity you have is a seed. Maximize it. There's a lot to say, more to say about that, but because of time, I'll just move on. But I'm sure you understand, don't underestimate the power of a seed. Let me just cite one example for you not to. Every idea you have is a seed. If you try to get a grant to do it and you're not getting the grant, don't give up. Don't let that idea die. There's a research idea that
Okay, any questions for Prof? Okay, thank you very much. Round of applause, please, again. Thank you very much. That was a very insightful session. So much to learn, so much to glean. I remember being in a conversation with the editor-in-chief of a journal club a few weeks ago, and he was asking about how come that Ibadan students are doing so much research. And I thought about it for a while, and I could only point out two major things. First was the fact that there are so many pictures of possibilities before us, and the second was that there are so many people that are willing to help. And I think that Prof embodies those two things. When I was reading his citation, I just kept thinking to myself, well, has all of this been done in one lifetime? Like, this person did all of these things in one lifetime. And so it's just that picture of possibilities, and the fact that he's also willing to be part of the growth and the training of so many others who have come behind him. Thank you so much, sir, for your labors and for giving us your time. Thank you so much. And so now we'll be going into the next session. We are wrapping up. We'll soon be done. The next session is the oral presentations, and my co-host will walk us through that session.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'm sure we've had an insightful time. It's been beautiful listening to Professor Akinyemi, who is really a stronghold for the College Research and Innovation Hub. So right now we'll be going into the oral presentations. I already introduced our judges earlier. We'll be having 3 oral presentations, starting with Adeogun Tohib Adetayo. Next, we'll be taking Dada Olaoluwa Ezekiel. We'll be taking Fakayode Taiwo Helen. I guess I do not have to tell you about their research because they're going to do a fine job of that. Because we're pressed for time, each presentation will be exactly 5 minutes, and we'll have our judges.
Please, can the presenters come to the right side so that it's easier to move? So if you're one of the presenters, you can just come to the right side of the hall.
Yes, thank you very much. Let's have
my right, your left side of the hall, so this side.
Apologies for the cut in time, but we're currently very pressed for time. So we'll have our first presentation come up now. Let's give a round of applause to the presenters, please.
Good afternoon, judges, audience. I'm Toyi Badiogun, a 400-level student from the University of Ibadan. Permit me to present to you my abstract topic, which is development and content validation of nurse-led red flag screening tool for doxorubicin-induced cardiotoxicity in Nigeria. So why does this matter? We are looking at breast cancer, and we are talking about doxorubicin therapy. Doxorubicin remains a cornerstone treatment for cancer globally, but most importantly, we are looking at breast cancer in this case because of its prevalence. Now, doxorubicin is a savior, but then it has a problem, which is cardiotoxicity, and that is why we are looking at it today. Now, in the context of Africa or Nigeria generally, we are looking at challenges like delayed recognition, weak screening, and also weak cardiac monitoring system. So what is the aim of this study? Is to develop and establish a content validity for a nurse-led red flag screening tool that can be used at bedside. So for the methodological framework, we use a methodological research design, which consists of 3 phases. For the first phase, which is phase 1, we have item generation. After that, using scoping review, we have the second phase, which involves we having experts having a qualitative look into the details and also trying to have a content validation and also checking for the relevance of all of the items being generated. And the last phase is to check the feasibility study to see how useful and how practical this particular tool is going to be. So we recruited 9 members, multidisciplinary, of course. So we have oncology nurses, we have 2 medical oncologists, cardiologists, and we have local and international experts who are researchers, nursing researchers, to look into this. And what is their goal? Is to check for the relevance and also the validity of the tool being used. Now, what is our key finding? We had an initial tool of 20 items, which was later, through the phase 2, which is qualitative analysis for the experts, we were able to remove 5 items. This was necessary because we are trying to see how we can improve visibility and also to reduce the cognitive burden on the nurses that are going to be using this particular tool at the bedside. We then came about 15 tools which we are able to achieve excellent content validity. So this is what we have as a tool. This is what we have as a tool. And this particular tool is unique because it is nurse-led. It is low cost, just a paper. You don't need to go for ECG and all. It is structured. Everyone have a unified work. We say it is standardized and it is easy to administer at bedside. It is resource sensitive. So the next we have, it is not just a tool, not just a screening tool, not just for assessment. We have action protocol. We have a clinical triage. We have an algorithm that you can follow. For those that weigh 0 to 2, due to the weightiness of that particular item we have that particular to be low risk and they can continue. Moderate risk, we continue to intensify the observation. And for high risk, we need to quickly prompt a specialist referral. So this particular tool is of high importance. We used the Donabedian quality of care model to structure this, and we can see from here, we have the importance to the healthcare system because it's going to be reduced. It is low cost innovation. It's going to strengthen the oncology services. We can look at the nurses aspect, which is the process. We have that standardized assessment, and we have the outcome in the patients, which is going to be better. Then for the phase 3, which is still yet to be done, we are going to be testing the usability, the accessibility, and also the practical implementation of a tool that is going to be used. By then, we can talk about the criterion validity and some other relevant and some other tools that can be accessed for the instruments. Then our final take home is that if we have this particular nurse-led red flag screening tool, we are going to be able to empower frontline nurses to recognize cardiac red flags early, which may improve cancer outcome and also strengthen oncology care in resource-limited settings. Thank you so much for your time.
Good day, everyone. I am Ellen Taiwo Fakayode from the Faculty of Nursing, University of Ibadan. I'm a 500 level nursing student, and I'll be presenting my abstract on the topic Nurses' Preparedness, Ethical Concerns, and Challenges in the Implementation of Artificial Intelligence in Advancing Nursing Practice at University College Hospital, Ibadan. So here is the abstract of the study, which shows the executive summary of what was carried out in the study. Now, moving on to the background of the study, artificial intelligence is the crux of technological advancement in our society, and the healthcare society is not left out. As reported by Davenport and Kalakota in 2019, artificial intelligence is reshaping healthcare worldwide by improving diagnosis and clinical decision making. Also, nurses are a very important aspect of the workforce, and their perspectives and their views about artificial intelligence is important. Now, moving to the gap that this study addresses, it was known that no known study has been carried out at University College Hospital Ibadan to assess nurses' preparedness, ethical concerns, and their perceived implementation challenges. So this study sought to bridge this gap by focusing on the frontline nurses. Now, the specific objectives of the study included assessing how prepared nurses are to adopt artificial intelligence, determining the ethical concerns surrounding the adoption, and their perceived challenges to the adoption. So we used a four-stage approach methodology for the study. It was a cross-sectional descriptive design, which used a multi-stage sampling, and the research instrument that was used was a questionnaire with 47 items, and then the data was analyzed using the SPSS. Now, the results for the socio-demographic information shows that majority of the nurses that were interviewed were female, about 97.4% of them, 47.3% of them had Bachelor of Nursing degree, and just a few, 12.8%, are formally trained about artificial intelligence. Also, the preparedness that was gotten, the level of preparedness of the nurses that were interviewed was very low. About 74.7% of them were not prepared on the use of artificial intelligence, although they showed interest, but the readiness is limited. So there were certain ethical concerns that were verbalized by the nurses, and they include diminished human interaction, accountability gaps, data privacy, and the algorithmic biases. So nurses want artificial intelligence to support care provision to the patient, but they don't want it to replace it. Also, they verbalize certain challenges, which include lack of skills, lack of training, inadequate infrastructure, resistance to change, and insufficient support. Now, moving to the inferential part of the research, so it was established that there is a significant relationship between the level of preparedness and the educational qualification of the nurses. Also, there was a significant relationship between the level of preparedness and the years of experience of the nurses, but there was no significant association between the level of preparedness and the age of the nurses. So this shows that preparedness was significantly linked to education and experience, but not to age. So in conclusion, nurses showed interest in the implementation of artificial intelligence, although the preparedness is very low. So our study sought and addressed this gap, as we know that considering nurses' views and perception is important for safe and ethical artificial intelligence integration in nursing practice. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Olaoluwa Ezekiel Dada, and I'm going to be presenting our study on cancer research funding in Africa. These are my co-authors, and this is the overview of my presentation. Introduction. Cancer presents a tremendous global health burden worldwide, and the GlobalCan 2022 data estimated the incidence and mortality of cancer globally to be 20 and 10 million respectively. And Africa is projected to have its steepest rise in the coming decades. This actually calls for an unprecedented level of action involving multiple governmental and non-governmental stakeholders within the continent and beyond. And in 2016 to 2020, we saw that there's been an increase in about $24.5 billion was invested in cancer research globally. However, only a small fraction of this investment directly addresses cancer challenges in Africa. Our study aims to unveil critical gaps and provides important data to guide agenda setting for cancer research funding in Africa. So we did a retrospective observational study spanning about 20 years, which covers funded cancer research projects involving at least one African country. We extracted data from 4 databases, and these databases were selected because of their well-annotated records of project funding-related information and broad catchment of included project. We used the search string for all databases. And very importantly, we did a series of deduplication to systematically remove duplicate entries via matching project titles, unique project IDs, and national control trial registry number. Prior to deduplication, we had 4,217 entries, and after deduplication, we had 3,047 unique funded projects identified across the 4 databases. And we noticed that there has been a consistent increase in the number of funded projects since 2006. And for every 5 years since 2006, the number of funded projects nearly doubled across all databases. Now to determine the regional contribution of these funded studies, we then group the projects according to United Nations sub-regions. As you can see, Northern Africa has nearly half of all the funded projects, funded studies included in our study, followed by Southern Africa. And we also look at country-specific distribution, which further reveals the stark disparity that exists even within various regions. You can see for Northern Africa that had the highest number of funded study, Egypt in Northern Africa had about 85% of all the funded studies in Northern Africa, with a worse disparity even in Southern Africa, with South Africa having about 94% of all the funded projects. Now we then further classify this project by various, by study type. The CTG and ICTRP classify them based on observational and interventional study, and all interventionals, and about 79% of the interventional study were randomized controlled trials. And again, we look at the trends, based on study type, and we see that cancer causes and etiology has actually been on the increase, while quite a number of those study types decrease over a period of time. Importantly, we look at the funding sources for cancer research projects in Africa, and for the ICRP World Report database, 70% of the funded paper included were actually from the US government, with only 13% coming from South Africa, which is Cancer Association of South Africa. However, in CTG and CTRP database, 40% of those of the funding study comes from are locally funded. But when we look closely at that 40%, we saw that Egypt had about 94% of those funded locally funded studies. Now, this table shows the number of funded projects across all the database based on types, cancer types, and breast cancer actually has the highest number of funded study. We then look at the correlation between the funded cancer type, incidence, and mortality. Of course, breast cancer has the highest incidence and mortality, and appropriately has the highest number of funded project. However, cancers like cervical cancer, prostate, liver cancer and biliary cancer, thyroid cancer are actually underfunded related to their disease burden. In conclusion, our study offers the most comprehensive analysis to date of cancer research funding across Africa, because we synthesize data from 4 major databases. And again, cancer research funding has steadily increased over the past 2 decades. However, major disparities still exist. Funding remains concentrated in Northern Africa, particularly in Egypt and in South Africa, while many high-burden cancers such as cervical, liver, and prostate cancer are underfunded. Africa governments should play a more proactive role in supporting cancer research to reduce dependency on external funding. And to improve transparency and accountability, there is need to develop a centralized reporting platform, which is crucial for tracking cancer research investment across the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So a quick announcement. Yes, okay. Quick announcement. Augustine Stephen Chima, who made a poster presentation. Please go outside to meet the Director of Programs and Contents. That will be Ayomide. He'll meet you outside right now, but please step outside. He would like to meet you. Next, we'll be having a presentation from our AI in Medicine Journal Club. I think we've had a lot of buzz about artificial intelligence today, and we'll be having a representative up from that journal club to present. Please give him a round of applause as he steps up.
Good afternoon, everybody. Standing on existing protocols, my name is Bolaji Samad from the AI in Medicine Journal Club. And today, we'll be talking about preparing future healthcare professionals for AI-driven healthcare. So we've been talking about AI for a long time now, and we need to know that AI research and innovation starts with education. This is why we are talking about integrating artificial intelligence into undergraduate health professional education. So we did a narrative review. So in this study, we found out that 54% of health professional students learn AI from social media. We can all agree to this, that most of the time when we find out about AI, it's from either Twitter and so many social media platforms. So, and we do not learn it from our curriculum. So 66% of students report limited AI knowledge, and this applies to even clinical settings. So the aim of the study is to assess AI's diagnostic, procedural, and operational roles in healthcare, and also define competencies among students and evaluate the programs that are already in place, while ensuring that this is in line with the constraints that are happening in our systems. So the narrative review reviewed 51 papers in databases like PubMed, Google Scholar, and the rest between 2022 to 2026, and these excluded publications that are postgraduate programs. So what AI already does, there are 4 keys that we identified that AI already does. That 76% of the regulated AI models or devices are imaging based. So they work on radiological imaging and the rest. And there has been 35% reduction in clinical documentation using natural language processing tools. Also, a 30 to 70% drop in billing errors and processing time for patients. Also, it is important for us to know that right now, large language models are matching the diagnostic accuracy of physicians, even in healthcare settings. So these are papers that are showing us that LLMs now match, exceed, or even exceed the emergency doctor accuracy in clinical scenarios. So where are we headed? Where are we going to? First is proactive agentic assistant. Also large language models for diagnosis, real-time surgical visualization, even in minimally invasive procedures. Also, precision medicine for drug discovery, and importantly, AI can even guide bystanders in evidence-based first aid to make sure they receive pre-hospital care. So the gap here is that students learn AI from social media. Faculty, trainers, and educators do not know about this AI, and if you do not know something, you can't really teach it. So the curriculum is also overloaded, of course, and we need to know that if you want to add AI systems to the curriculum, it will be a much more bigger burden for students, and there are no standards. There are no standards across different institutions on how they can implement AI into their curriculum. So this matters because every one of us, every graduating cohort will eventually work with these AI systems, and if you are not trained with AI within your curriculum, it will lead to unpreparedness when you graduate. So the 5 main domains or for AI literacy for healthcare professionals include foundational AI knowledge, data literacy and governance, critical evaluation of the AI models and AI output, and also importantly, ethical reasoning and navigating bias across the AI output and their application into clinical settings. So how can we embed AI into the curriculum? So number one, we can take independent courses, integrated programs, also self-directed learning, and problem-based learning and simulations. So we have the setbacks that are holding us, competency gap, curriculum overload, and even ethical and governance deficits. So we know of the constraints that happen even within this hospital and within this school, like unavailable and unreliable power supply, shortage of training, and this overall leads to a much bigger constraint for implementation of AI in our curriculum. So in conclusion, the question is no longer whether AI will enter the clinic. It is whether we, when we graduate, we will be ready for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that presentation. The AI in Medicine Journal Club is a relatively new one, but as you can see from this presentation, it's obviously the purpose is very clear at this point. So very quickly, we'll be taking comments from our judges concerning the oral presentations, after which we'll be presenting awards to our judges as we begin to wrap up this session. Thank you.
Okay, you want to start with me? Okay, good afternoon again, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so the oral presentations, again, just like the innovation tank, also very stimulating, very interesting topics. And the presentation was really top-notch across the three presenters. So please, let's give them a big round of applause. Honestly, they did a good job of delivering, and I'm struggling with how to choose the high scorer out of the three. So for the first one, very innovative idea, and talking about how to use a nurse-led red flag chart that will quickly pick patients that are at risk of the cardiotoxicity of doxorubicin. That's a very good one. I just have one or two questions. I'm not sure whether that team, whether you plan to also involve physicians or surgeons, along the line, because I didn't, sorry? Oh, just cardiologists. Well, I didn't even see that, so I wanted to be sure about that. And I also wanted to know whether you've deployed this particular tool or is still in the pilot stage. So that's one question. For the second presenter, again, very topical issue, AI. We don't want to leave anybody behind. So I'm glad to see that study. Just to comment that the slides were quite wordy. She has so many words, so you can learn a couple of things from the first, and the first presenter had a lot of graphics, so I must say that one really did well in that aspect, but the presentation was very good. And the third person who looked at systematic review of cancer funding actually picked up some very interesting trends as regards cancer funding in Africa. In all the three presenters did very well, and please let's give them another round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So next we'll be taking comments from Dr. Adeni Adeshola.
Thank you. Please, can we give a round of applause to the presenters again? Thank you very much. I have just a question, I think, for the first presenter. So on developing a scale for identifying doxorubicin toxicity, I want to be sure that the instrument that, because for you to say that you are validating an instrument, and apart from putting an expert team together to put something together, then you also have to deploy it and then do the psychometric properties of that instrument, then after doing the psychometric property, that is when we can be sure that you have put an instrument that is well validated. So I'm not sure I got that part of your presentation quite well. Maybe all that you've done so far is just put a team of experts together to put the sort of questionnaire together. I want to know if you've deployed it and what are the preliminary results from you deploying it. I also know that you have a sort of risk identification. You have low risk, medium. How were you able to get that together? How were you able to put the risk together if you have not deployed it at all? Thank you very much.
All right, can we have a round of applause for our judges, please? Okay, so I think there's just one presenter with questions. So, Mr. Adeogun, please come take the questions very quickly. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the questions. So I will start with the first one. If it involves multidisciplinary committee, experts. So for the study, we involved 9 experts, like I mentioned. So we have clinician oncologist. We had 2 oncologists, and we had 1 cardiologist in that particular study. So they happen to be the part to bridge the cardio-oncology aspect of it. Then particularly for those that really want to use the instrument, so we had more number for nurses that are those that are actually using the instrument. So we had 3 nurse oncologists in that particular research, and we also had 3 nurse researchers also. That's for the first question. Then second question you asked was if the instrument is already designed. So yes, right now we have the preliminary tool. What we have right now is the preliminary tool. Like I said, the first step was to generate items. We have been able to generate items. The only thing we've been able to achieve under phase 2 is content validity. Is to have the validity of those contents after getting the relevance. Then having a robust psychometric property will come after we must have conducted the phase 3, which is a pilot study. That time we can test for the sensitivity of the instrument and also of the items. We test for the specificity also. Then we can start looking at items. We can start looking at the predictive value of this particular instrument and also the items. So after we must have done all of those, we first have the items generated. We go into the pilot study. We check that particular tool we developed. We compare it with a gold standard. For instance, we look at the echocardiogram. So we compare it with that. So we want to see how well it is performing. So by seeing how well it is performing, then we can now say that, okay, we then want to calculate the robust psychometric property of the instrument, and we can say that now it is usable, and we can then rely on it. So that's for the second one. I think it's also answer a particular part. Then for the scoring system that we have, the scoring system is also more or less what is being agreed upon by the expert that looked into this for the preliminary phase only. After we have been able to have, because it is not a tool that is in existence, had it been a tool that is in existence, we would have been able to say that we've been able to generate a score for it. So since it is a tool on its own, it has no score yet. So what we have is just what we have from the consensus of these experts. After it being used at phase 3, then we'll be able to say that, okay, this is what we have. This is the strength of all of the items being generated. And this particular scoring system really worked for what we said it is. Is it actually green when we said it is green? Is it yellow when we said it is yellow? Is it actually high risk when they said it is high risk? All of those are going to be confirmed after we've been able to generate or able to undergo the phase 3 of the study. I think that's all.
All right, thank you very much. Can we give a round of applause for Mr. Adeogun? So very quickly, I think you would agree with me that we've had a fantastic job, extremely well done from our judges today. Would you not agree with me? Can we give all of our judges a round of applause, please? And now we'll be having plaques of appreciation presented to our judges by the grand patron of the College Research and Innovation Hub, Professor Rufus Akinyemi. And I'll crave your indulgence to please put your hands together as we invite Professor Akinyemi and the President of the College Research and Innovation Hub, Oluwatimileyin Oladapo, to present the plaques.
All right. Good evening, everybody. We'll be presenting our plaques to our esteemed judges for their immense support and for gracing our invitation to our conference today. And so I'll be giving the mic to our Can patron to kindly present the award to our judges. Thank you so much. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. We just want to appreciate our panel of judges for taking time out to be with us at this conference. I know Additional needed to travel down all the way from Ile-Ife. So the first person to be appreciated is Dr. Olubukola Omobowale. So the next person to be appreciated is my colleague, Dr. Akitomiwa Makanjola. The next person to be appreciated is Dr. Adeni Adeshola.
With Dr. Zacchaeus Olofin. Very quickly, I'll be reading his citation. Dr. Zacchaeus Folarin Olofin holds an MBBS from the University of Ibadan and a Master of Science in Pharmacology and Therapeutics, also from the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, where he's currently a doctoral student in the same department. Dr. Olofin served as a medical representative at Sanofi for 5 years, rotating through antibiotics, cardiovascular, diabetes, thrombosis, and CNS portfolios. In 2020, he pioneered the establishment of the first multidisciplinary diabetic foot management team in Nigeria at the University of Ilorin Teaching Hospital. He began his academic career at Bowen University, Ogbomoso, where he has now been appointed senior lecturer at Leeds City University, Ibadan as well, where he serves as the foundation head of the Department of Pharmacology and Therapeutics. Dr. Olofin is an internationally recognized researcher who has presented in China, the United States, Japan, India, South Africa, Germany, and the United Kingdom. He has received multiple travel grants from organizations including the International Society for Pharmacoepidemiology and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. The American College of Clinical Pharmacology recognized him as the top scoring student and trainee abstract presenter from a developing country, in both 2024 and 2025. He currently also has upcoming presentations at the World Congress of Basic and Clinical Pharmacology in Melbourne, Australia, and a poster presentation at the International College of Parasitology in Montreal, India. Dr. Olofin is very widely published in local and international high-impact journals. Can we please give a round of applause as we welcome Dr. Olofin for the final session of the 3rd Annual Scientific Conference. Okay, so we'll be having two members of the College Research and Innovation Hub moderating this panel session. So again, bringing to your screens, we'll be having Miss Salawu Abiola. Please give her a round of applause. Along with her, we would also be having Miss Makonjola Aisha moderating this session. Can we please applause?
Good afternoon, everyone. Wow, good afternoon, everyone. How are we doing? So this is a panel session, just as we have been told, and the theme of this session is research funding, which I think a lot of us are interested in, right? So research funding, sourcing grants, preparing budgets, and preparing proposals. So that's what this session is about. So, of course, we'll be taking questions from the audience, and we'll be asking Dr. Olofin, which we are very grateful to have him here, those questions. So as we'll be starting this panel session, if you have questions surrounding the theme, please start preparing them. And when it's time, we'll reach out to you to ask your questions. So Dr. Olofin, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Welcome. It's a real privilege to have you join us again at the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan. Of course, not as a student this time, but as an accomplished researcher and teacher.
I'm an upcoming researcher.
Okay. So I understand that you really, you take so much pride in your alma mater here. So I want to start on just a personal note. How does it feel to be here today? How are you feeling right now?
I'm nostalgic, coming back to my alma mater. Yes. And I feel happy. And I'm really impressed at what you guys are doing. When I was at your level, we didn't do half of what you are doing now. And thanks to the likes of Professor Rufus Akemi, Emeritus Professor Oguniyi for the mentoring. I see, and Dr. Makonjola, I see a lot of your publications, your exploits on LinkedIn, and I'm really impressed.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for the compliment. Of course, we are following in your footsteps and footsteps of other elders that have gone on before. So we'll be going straight to the business. Today's discussion is about research funding. So I want to start by asking, why has research funding become such a critical matter that we have to discuss in research proposals, especially in low and middle income countries like Nigeria? Especially now, why has it become like an integral and a critical issue worthy of discussion on a scale like this?
Well, it's worthy of discussion because ever since the installment or the coming to power of the present president of the United States of America, there has been budget cuts when it comes to research funding. And well, it's because the United States of America is majorly the largest funder of research globally. And the present president of America doesn't see the need to fund research, especially in low middle income countries. And that's a wake-up call on us. To me, I quite share his sentiments. Most of the disease burden we have in Africa, we should rise up to the challenge. We have the rich people, our politicians are wealthy, we have industrialists, they should fund research. And a system you don't invest in, you won't repeat. That's my philosophy. So it's worthy of notes to discuss this topic.
All right, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for that. In light of that, I would like to ask about research ideas. What makes research ideas fundable? As young researchers, we all have ideas, but we also know that not all ideas attract funding. So in your experience, please, can you share with us what differentiates a fundable idea from another idea that is not fundable? Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you very much for that question. Yes. What differentiates a fundable research from a non-fundable is when it's innovative. Yes, funders, there are a lot of things they're looking for in your proposal or your concept notes. Is it innovative? Does it solve a problem? Or is it that you're repeating what others have done over and over? And will it translate to policies? Will it, empower people? And gone are the days where you just publish and, they say publish or perish for researchers. You either publish or perish. But nowadays, you need to do innovative research. I remember when I was a house officer, that was when they were doing the Siren project. And some of my colleagues who were in neurology were actively involved in helping to gather data. And if you look at the Siren project, the manuscript that have been published from it has really improved, the way we manage patients with stroke. It has, in fact, one part of it that I really love is, that emphasizes on the need for patients to take more fruits. From the Siren project, it shows that patients who eat vegetables are at lesser risk of developing stroke than patient who, consumes the general food we eat. And apart from that, there are a lot of things that needs to be done. You don't just, when you conceptualize an idea, you also look into literature, whether the study has been done before. Even if it has been done before, what are the gaps you have? I mean, as a researcher, you can't do everything. There's where you stop, others pick up from it and, build on it. So that's what I'll have to say about that.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Thank you for explaining that. Of course, at the bedrock of a successful research is innovation. But in the room today, there are a lot of students that have so many ideas that we think or they think that are actually innovative. So in addition to these ideas, what would you say are some skills or some specific things that young researchers should possess that would place them on the forefront for getting research grants and other opportunities that are available?
Yes. To be a researcher that attracts grants, you need to be a skillful writer. You need to be a well writer. Unfortunately, in the era of AI, people just go to AI, send in their topic, and it generates whatever you have. And, if you submit that to funders, it's a red flag. They will not fund your research because they know that it's not de novo. I mean, you did generate it yourself. Apart from that, it's not that AI has its role in modern research. Yes, if you attend international conferences, there are roles AI plays. It helps you shorten your time of writing. But you also need to do a very hard work. You need to do a lot of literature search. Yes, using the PubMed and other Google Scholar and the likes to know what has been done and where you want to start from. Then you need to add something to when you're writing a proposal, when you're submitting a consent, you need to talk about what you're adding. What's the importance of this study? Is it that you're just doing it for the fun of it, or you just want to use the right papers, or you're using it to we have a lot of health issues in Nigeria. We have sickle cell anemia or sickle cell disease, for instance. We have even hypertension. Even the way we manage hypertension in Nigeria is different from the way they manage in some other parts of the world. And you can take sickle cell, for instance. You can the hydroxyurea, for instance. There's the adherence to it is quite low in Nigeria. You could, first of all, as a medical student, you could go to that CHOP or the hematology clinic and design a questionnaire just after obtaining the ethical approval. And but first of all, you also need a mentor. Yes, at your stage or at our stage, we need mentors. I also need mentors. Yes, I didn't get to this stage. I had to the help of mentors. So you need to gather. Why patients don't want to use hydroxyurea. It's the information you gather, the data you gather from it. If you publish it, it can help. Now from that, you can now move to other things a bit innovative and all that. So before you can get grant, at least the funders must know that you're an active researcher. I mean, you must have been publishing before, and there are different grants. There are those for early career researchers. There are those for middle career researchers, and those for advanced researchers. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Olofin, for those answers. So I I would like to ask members of the audience if we have any questions right now. Does anyone have questions that they would like to ask? Your hand. Okay, I can see one hand. I can see two hands. So please come forward to ask your questions now. Okay, Dr. It's for them to come. You briefly mentioned the place of mentorship in proposal writing and application. So I just want you to just speak some more to that. And you know, as students, where do we draw the line between like the relationship being just like transactional, like I just want this person to help me with my proposal, and not just, and the person perceiving you as, oh, this person just wants something from me. And how do we manage relationships, especially with older people that we are looking to mentor us in research?
Okay, yes. Actually, mentorship, mentor and mentee relationship is a two-way thing. In most cases, the mentee is the one that receives at the receiving end, but also the mentor too can be at the receiving end. There are other things you could do, you know, to assist your mentor. Yes, there are other things you can do apart from, you know, can help them to get. The mentor might be conducting a clinical trial, and you can volunteer that you want to be part of the study, even though you might not be remunerated. But by that, you are getting experience, you are getting expertise. If your mentor is magnanimous enough, she might add your name as one of the authors of that publication. And if it's published in an high impact journal, imagine it's published in Lancet, your name will be all over the place. Yes. And by the time you yourself you are not publishing on your maybe you also maybe publish one or two papers, and you're not applying for a grant. It shows that you have a track record of mentorship, and the funders can, you know, give you the money knowing that your money will be well accounted for.
Thank you very much, sir. So we'll take questions now. So when you want to ask your question, introduce yourself and ask your question.
All right. Thank you so much, sir. Toyi Badiogun once again. So my question is on grants, of course. So far during the conference, we have had several speakers talking about how important it is to translate whatever work you have done beyond the innovation. Are we looking at the usability of whatever you have developed? Now, for the translation, now it is important that we have, for some ideas, we have proper funding for it. For instance, my work, it started when I heard last year, when I heard a speaker, when I was in a research class, talked about what if you had 1 million naira? What particular research work could you do? I started thinking since that time, and I came about this particular topic. So right now, I'm still stuck at this phase 2 of my work, which I'm looking forward to having the, want to compare with the gold standard, and looking at what it could cost. It looks like around that 1 million naira. And we agree also that this is a low and medium income country. And one of those criteria is because we have low, one of the resources is still money. So of course, being a member of that particular country, it means that money is still a problem. So, and we want to scale up this particular innovation so that people can benefit from it. And of course, the outcome is going to be we improving the healthcare system and also the patient themselves. So what are those local grants that one could even apply for? For instance, this work now could benefit UCH, for instance, and if we could have a better funding for it locally within UCH, then that could go in UCH, and other teaching hospitals around can want to think about it, and they want to also implement such a policy, and before we know it, we have it nationally, and from nationally, we have the whole of Africa and so on like that. So what are those local we have, and maybe the regional level, and maybe the African level and so on that we have that one could really apply to and have a proper funding of research work? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for that beautiful question. Okay, I will start by one, you've done a beautiful work, and for you to gain visibility, there are some international conferences you can submit your abstracts to, and if they find your work, good enough, they would invite you to come and present it, either as a poster presentation or an oral presentation at an international conference. And being a student, I'm coming from low and middle income country. You stand a high chance of being given a travel scholarship, depending on how much it will cost you to fly to the location of the conference. And sometimes they also sponsor your accommodation and your feeding, and even the cost of your ticket and your visa. By that, when you attend such conferences and you present your work, it makes it to gain visibility. You might see a funder or an industrialist who is interested in your work. By that, you network with the individual. And by that, that's how many of our big mentors, that's how their work got visibility. Also, you have the National Research Fund, actually the TED fund, those usually available for scholars in the government institutions. So I'm sure one of your co-authors is a lecturer in nursing. Yes, if she is a senior lecturer, she's eligible to apply for that. One is coming up very soon, so you can network with her, write it together. But she'll be the one. She'll be the principal investigator because you are still a student. So with that, if your work gets nominated for the grant, I think the grant usually ranges to about 50 million naira. If your work is, if your budget, if you develop a budget that is up to that, they can give you the 50 million naira and you're able to implement your work. And by the time you publish your work, it gains visibility. Hope I've answered the question.
Good evening, sir, and thank you for the presentation. My name is Ishaq Sanusi, and I'm a medical student of this community. So basically, my question is from the aspect of indigenous grants. Like you were saying something earlier that we have politicians that are rich, and we have people that are rich in this country. Like, why should we have? Because now Donald Trump now is definitely is on cutting down funds for research. So the thing is that how do you think we can be persuasive enough to make those people actually see that, okay, yes, these things are meant to be funded, and these things are meant to be funded, like they're actually essential to be funded. So that's my question.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. Yes, we researchers, we sit in our ivory towers, in our big laboratories, doing our own research. And our politicians who have the money, they are in another, empire of their own. I think it's high time we researchers, come to the level of our politicians, make them see reason why they need to invest in research. In developed countries, why they are developed today is because they have invested in research. And that's why they're able to innovate a lot of things. If you go to China, for instance, China happens to be one of the, if not the leading country, in terms of research and innovation and all that. So if we researchers are able to explain to the likes of maybe Dangote or Tedola and the likes why they need to invest in medical research, maybe they would see the need to invest in it. Yes. And also as researchers, we also need to be accountable. When they give us more funds for research, we need to use it judiciously for that research. So by that, we'll be getting the trust of our funders.
Thank you so much, sir.
All right, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So I'll be asking my question about grant writing and budgeting. When it comes to grant writing and budgeting, I want to ask that what are the common mistakes you see researchers do, and how can we as young researchers avoid such mistakes?
Okay, sometimes when we researchers write for grants, sometimes we have a very highfalutin, idea in our head, and we want to execute everything, using that grant. Usually funders look for something that is achievable. There's what you call SMART objective: specific, measurable, achievable, time bound. Yes, your objectives when you are writing your proposal should be SMART. Yes, you can't answer the whole question in one research. No, you need to start small, and once your funder sees that what you're trying to research is something that is achievable and fundable. Then also when it comes to budgeting, that we have experts like the cream of the College of Medicine. There's one I've approached him quite a number of times for my budgeting. He's an expert when it comes to budgeting. So when you do your budgeting, you shouldn't quote, very exorbitant prices that your funders will know that you want to cheat them or you're trying to do some shady things. So we have experts regarding that. College of Medicine has an expert regarding that. So once you've done your budget, you just give it to him. He looks at it and he'll be able to advise you on what to do. And with that, there's high chances of you getting the funding. But I think Dr. Mark Ojola too has something to say that's more. Yes, okay.
I'm sorry for interrupting the panel. Just, two things I wanted to mention. The first thing was, that first question about how to secure funding. And, Dr. Olofin correctly mentioned innovation, right? However, just being practical, aligning your grant to the aims and objectives of the funding organization is critical. So you have to sort of, I think one of the skills that one needs to develop is being able to find ways in which whatever your own research idea and trajectory aligns with, different. So you find the parts where your research idea overlaps with what the agency is trying to fund, because that's critical. They have institutional or agency goals and objectives, just like you have individual research goals and objectives. So the sweet spot to secure funding is where those two align, so that the agency sees that, okay, we can see how this person's work aligns with ours and to achieve our desired goals as well. So that's very important. And then another thing is just, you can't stress enough the importance of literature review. Like what has been done in the field. What are the gaps? What new things, new perspectives, or innovative approaches can I bring to those gaps? And then that's where that innovation thing comes. But if you don't know what has been done, what has been published, you stand the risk of, what some of our trainers used to call Leica, or repeating. Leica is little is known about. So you say little is known about. So just understanding that. And then the final point to make is also important. There are experts in the, College Research and Innovation Management Office, CRIM office, okay? And, risk grant administration is like a whole different field on its own. And in foreign countries and other well-established institutions, and even here as well, the scientist deals with the science, and they have individuals who are experts at handling the administrative parts, the budgetary parts, and all that. So making use of the CRIM office is actually excellent advice. If you have any sort of research grants you're writing up, you can always approach anybody there, to help you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mark Ojola.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mark Ojola, for doing those. We are very grateful. So I think, did we all hear Dr. Mark Ojola? So are we going to be visiting the CRIM office if we have issues or just worries about budgeting? So we'll be continuing our question. So I want to ask about the literature review part, just as Dr. Mark Ojola pointed out. So when you want to carry out the research, you do your literature review, and if you carry out your literature review and you see that this subject is not very well explored, and you actually feel like you want to explore further, but of course, because some work has already been done, and of course, even though you are going to improve, it still does not remove the fact that some work has already been done on that project. So where do you balance out the Leica part, just like Dr. Mark Ojola said, and also developing the idea to a position where you can actually use it to compete for funds even outside?
Well, if I got you well, yes, it's if it's a work that has been done and you don't want to develop it further, yes, it's something you need to develop your methodology so that it suits the funder. I mean, it's in line with the goal and the objective and the goal of the funders. And with that, if you are competitive enough, you'll be able to get the grant.
Okay, so before we go on, I want to ask if there are any more questions from the audience. Is there anyone that has any other question? Okay, so if there is no other question, I want to just ask one last question before we go on. Our grand patron mentioned, even in his presentation, about grant refusals, how that when you apply for stuff, of course, it's not certain that you would get it. So I want to ask if you can share some experience on maybe some time that you actually applied for a grant and you didn't actually get it, and how that improved your research resilience. And on that note, you can just share some closing and parting words for us.
Okay. I belong to the American. That was when I knew Cream get the grant. Although my rating was quite high, and the reviewers commended my efforts, but that made me to be more critical with the way I write my grant, and to also approach people who have won numerous grants and the secret. But I could remember during the time there was a program, Emeritus Professor Ojembedes, made a lecture, delivered a lecture sometimes ago, some years back. He said that before you get a single grant, you'll have received many no's. So that at least I said I'm not a loner. So, well, I encourage you guys. You're starting on a good platform, and you have good mentors like Professor Rufus Akiemi, Dr. Mark Ojola, and Emeritus Professor Guni. Yes, you are really pulling your weight, and I'm really proud of Ibadan medical students, both medicine, dental students, physiotherapy, and nursing students. So well done. Okay, Professor Akiemi wants to say something.
When you submit a grant, there are 4 phases. The outcome is either yes or no. It's either, the way they write those letters, but there were we received many highly rated proposals. You know the way they write those letters. So the result is, it's either you rejoice, celebrate, or you resubmit. All right? Either you rejoice or you resubmit. Ensure that, and the truth is, you have all been through this pathway before. Even as I speak to you, I have applications that didn't succeed that are still lying in a folder on my laptop, and I'm thinking of how to repackage or refocus. Just look for another RFA, another funding opportunity announcement, and see how to repackage, update the idea. But please, don't let the idea die. Ideas don't die. That's what I've come to learn. If you don't pursue that idea, you will just see a publication on PubMed. And I wanted to do this work. So ideas don't die. Make sure you don't give up. And there's a home for every idea. There's a funding. It may be a 2000 the Ibadan Brain Bank project. We started it with a 1 million naira grant. It wasn't $1 million. It was only $2,500. But now we have built it, and we're now having more funding. All right. So please, ideas don't die. Don't give up on them. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. So on that note, we would like to say thank you very much, Dr. Olofin. This has been an enlightening session, and I believe we all learned a lot, right? So we learned first off to be innovative, seek mentorship, and don't give up on your ideas, because ideas don't what?
Die.
Ideas don't die. Thank you very much, sir. We are very grateful for you.
Can we give a round of applause to our moderators for that panel session? I think they did a beautiful job. So as we wrap up today, we'll have our awards presentation session. And for that, I will be inviting the president of the College Research and Innovation Hub, Oluwatimileyin Oladapo, as well as the director of programs and content, Ayomide Oyekon, to make the presentations. So, who won the quiz yesterday again? I can't hear you. Did you say surgery? Oh well. So we'll be presenting awards for the quiz. We'll also be presenting awards for the Emeritus Professor Oguniyi Excellence in Research Award. And we'll be presenting for the best oral and poster presentations, as well as the winners of the Innovation Tank. So there's a lot to look forward to, and we'll have our executives step up as we begin to make the presentations. Which one?
All of you. Okay, yeah, so we'll be starting by presenting our award of recognition to our dear Dr. Zacchaeus Folari Olofin for gracing our... Yes.
So this next set of awards is in honor of the founding Grand Patron of CRAE, Emeritus Professor Ishola Oguniyi. I can tell you is somebody whom I know pretty well. He's been my mentor for over 20 years. My very first publication as a resident was jointly with him. So I know he's an inspirational leader, a great scientist, a great clinician, a great mentor. And one of his most recent awards was actually an award of excellence in mentoring, given by Nature, the journal Nature. So you can see the level of international recognition that his excellence has achieved. So we're giving Emeritus Professor Ishola Oguniyi Research Excellence Award. This year we have two awardees. And the first of the two is Dr. Ridwanullah Abdul Latif. Dr. Toby Olajide, Mr. Emmanuel So the next set of certificates is a certificate of participation, recognition of our oral presenters, those who presented on behalf of the various journal clubs. And I must say that the quality of the presentations actually was excellent. So congratulations. So the first person, this is presented to the AI in Medicine Journal Club. The presenter, right. So this goes to an individual certificate of participation awarded in recognition of or for participating in the oral abstract presentation of this third scientific conference of CRE. So this is to him Adetayo Adeo. Is Taiwo Helen Fakayode. And the last in this category is Mr. Olaoluwa Ezekiel. Now, this set of certificates goes to those who participated in the postal presentations. Usually, when you submit your abstract for a conference, it will be accepted for either a poster or oral presentation. So it's also an excellent platform to showcase your work to the research community. So the first person in this category is Precious Ofure. Ofure Precious. Chima. apart from participating in the poster presentations, the presentations were also graded. So the first runner-up is Adiremi Temilola Victoria. Presentation. So graded. The second runner-up is Fakayode Taiwo. Is Adeogun Toyib Adetayo. Of oral presentation for the year 2026 third pre-conference is Mr. Dada Olaoluwa Ezekiel.
Second runner-up, Chowda Masanado.
Second runner-up. At the Interregional Club Quiz Competition. How many of us were here? Very good. Did you enjoy it? Very good. So we're going to be giving awards to the different teams. The second runner-up is the maternal and childhood team. The people who represented that, those who represented the journal club, should please come forward.
2026. Who is it? Who is it? Public Health B, I think. Yes, sir. Please come forward for your pictures.
And the winning journal club is the Public Health Journal Club. This is college research and what? Exactly. So for the specific presentations on innovation, we're presenting prizes to the winners as well. So the second runner-up is the Cardiology B Journal Club. Journal Club can please come forward, including their leaders and members. Cardiology B.
So step forward to take pictures. Other members of Cardiology B Journal Club can also step forward for pictures.
So now up is the surgery and anesthesia.
Surgery, anesthesia. Presenters and Journal Club members, please step forward. Surgery and anesthesia. Presenters and Journal Club members. Of the innovation tank. Who do you think it is? If you think it's your Journal Club, shout your Journal Club's name. I'm hearing Public Health B. Who is it? You think it's Public Health B? And the winner of the Innovation Tank for the 2026 Annual Scientific Conference is Child and Maternal Health. And finally, sorry, the music. Finally, we would love to present a plaque to the grand patron for his keynote address and for all his support towards the conference. And we'd like to invite Dr. Akintomiwa Makonjola to present this award.
It's been an interesting and exciting afternoon, and it is my singular pleasure, honor, and distinction to present this to my boss, first of all, my trainer, second of all, and my mentor as well, one of my many mentors. So I, on behalf of the College Research and Innovation Hub, sir, presents this award of appreciation to you for being the grand patron of the hub and for your keynote address delivered today at the third CRIH Scientific Conference. Thank you very much, sir, for all you do for the students and all of us.
We would like to take a quick photo of the audience. So everybody on the side aisles, please come to the center. Let's congregate as quickly as possible, as close to the front as possible, and as close to each other as possible, please. Please fill up the spaces. We do not want any spaces in between. Move forward, move to the center, move forward, please. So that people can sit. Please move in. If you're sitting on the ends of the aisles, move in so people can sit on the edges. Thank you. We're almost done. Please, on the third row, please move in so that people can join you. Please, let's move forward. There are still 2 seats here in case some people need seats. Please, can the executives of CRE come forward? Yes. Executives of CRE, please come forward.
I'm here.
Looking at the back. Please, if you're joining the picture, kindly sit. Kindly stop the music, please. Kindly stop the music. And so with that, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the third annual scientific conference of the College Research and Innovation Hub. Until we meet at the fourth conference. Good night.